Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, which is being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally and using their title, for example, Councillor Smith, so it is clear that we are councillors and who are, by the process of elimination, are officers. Before we move on to committee business, I would wish to acknowledge and thank the previous Chair and Vice Chair, Councillors Ian Blake and Jackie McCammon, for their contribution to the work of this committee. Myself and the Vice Chair are quickly grasping the variety of work overseen by this committee and are excited about the opportunities ahead. I would also like to thank Councillors John Campbell and Lynn Davis for their contribution at previous meetings. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute, or if you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly, taking their time speaking directly into the microphone when making contributions. When referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. And in addition to that, I will take a short recess if necessary if we need to consider any changes to recommendations. Okay, so we'll move on. Item 1, Sederant apologies. Claire, can you provide the Sederant, please, and indicating who is participating remotely, and any apologies, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We've got 11 members present here in the hall. We've got a number of members present on Teams, being Councillor Blake, Councillor Dougie Campbell, Councillor Howie, Councillor Ingalls, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Marsh and Councillor McCammon. Apologies from Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Slater currently not present. Thank you. Well, Councillor Slater has just joined on Teams. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I confirm my agreement to the participation of members named as participating remotely. Can I move on to item 2, please? Declarations of interest. Do any members have any declaration or statement of connection? I'll start left, thanks. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to your new role. You've had plenty of experience in the past, so I don't think you'll find it too daunting. It's actually item 10, as a supplier for the school meals. Obviously, I've got a connection there. I notice that it's really just for noting, so I'll just stay in the room for that. Item 17, which if we had done it after the outside bodies one might not have been relevant because I'm on the trustees of the Solwayfirth Partnership and we're agreeing towards a grant potentially, so I will actually leave the meeting for that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Item 4, I've got a statement of connection insofar that I was previously a director of the Whithorn Trust, but I'm no longer connected, so it is just a statement of connection. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the hall? Councillor? No. Online, I've got, sorry, Vice Chair.
Yes, a statement of connection in item agenda 5, a member of the society that is above the old Town Hall in Newton Stewart.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome to your new role. Item 11, Strategic Housing Investment Plan. Sanquhar Enterprise Company is mentioned in the body of the report. I'm Chairman of Sanquhar Enterprise Company, so it's a statement of connection. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go online now. I think I've got David Ingalls.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Yeah, it's as Chair of Newton Stewart Initiative, item 5 on the agenda about the town clock in Newton Stewart. I'll leave the meeting for that, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Gail.
Morning, Chair. Item 12, the chairman or chairperson of the National Business Gateway Board, so I will remain in the meeting for that agenda item, but it's just to let you know that that's a national role rather than local.
Thank you. Any other? Not seen anybody. Gail, your hand's still up online. No one else? No. Thanks. So I'll move on to item number 3, the minute of the previous meeting. This minute is for approval. Are we happy to approve? Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. That's approved. Move on to item number 4, which is the Community Asset Transfer 45 to 7 George Street, Whithorn, Newton Stewart. Report by Head of Thriving Communities. The report presents to members a community asset transfer application from Whithorn Trust and the Community Business Plan for the transfer of 45 to 47 George Street, Whithorn, Newton Stewart, under the Community Empowerment Scotland Act of 2015. The report also includes the recommendations of the Wigton Area Committee, who considered the application at their meeting on the 22nd of August. I've got Melinda Dolan here available to take any questions on the report. Melinda, is there anything you want to add at this stage?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Belinda. Any questions from members? Okay, I'll take the room first, Sean first, and then Councillor Hagman.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, no real issue with the report and the option being proposed by Wigtown Area Committee. It's just, you know, the benefit of having 2 reports that are similar. In item 5, it kind of references 3.4, page 54. And I'm just wondering if the same applies to the one before us. It's in relation to the revised set of legal fees and full cost recovery from all third parties for a range of fees, outlays for subsidies work, including those related to community asset transfers effective from 1st of April 2025. If that will apply to the Whithorn Trust. There's no, I can't see any reference in this report, but obviously in the next report there's reference to the fact that the Newton Stewart Initiative, because they'd submitted their CAT 2 application before the 1st of April 2025, they would not be liable for those costs. And I'm just wondering what the position is with this one.
Melinda, do you want to come in? Could we please know, they're 2 separate applications. I take the point why you're asking, yeah, but they're 2 separate applications, should be taken in their own merit. So we're going with item 4 at this moment in time. Melinda?
It is covered in the report that the fees and outlays will be waived for this community asset transfer because they were both validated at the same time.
Okay, Sean? Yep.
Yeah, Chair, and I know that you keep items separate, but in this case, it's you reference the 2, so I don't see any issue with that.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I knew where you were going with it. But yes. Councillor Hagman?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so obviously this has been through Wigton Area Committee, and thank you, Melinda, for bringing the report. Just want to say thank you for the clarity. Paragraph 4.2.1 clarifies that the transfer does not affect the public access to the toilets, and I think that's really important to note. I think it's also really important just to put on record that this organisation has been paying rent to the council for 35 years and is a huge asset to both Ward 2, the Mackers, but also to Dumfries and Galloway, and actually nationally as a whole. It is a national significant site. I was going to touch upon also the point that was raised there by Councillor Sean Marshall in terms of 3.6, because it does say, due to the particular circumstances of this case, it is proposed that the transfer body will not be liable for the council legal fees. I think going forward it would be really helpful to detail what are the particular circumstances. For any member of public reading that, it's not particularly clear. Now, having been aware and spoken with Melinda and looked at the process fully, I'm aware of the circumstances, but I think we just need to be really careful going forward when we get these reports that there is that level of consistency. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't think there's a question there for Melinda. Per se, no. I think you're absolutely right. The both of you, it needs to be explicit in the future so that we are absolutely clear. when the application was received by the council and therefore validated. All right, so that takes it forward on that basis. Any other questions? Just the one from me, it was option 1 was the decision of Wigtonshire Area Committee. So are we happy to validate Wigtonshire Area Committee's decision and take that same course, option 1? Yeah, okay, that's agreed then. Thank you very much. Move on now to item number 5. And this one is the community asset transfer of the Old Town Hall, 79 Victoria Street, Newton Stewart. Again, the report by Head of Thriving Communities. The report presents to members a community asset transfer application from Newton Stewart Initiative and their community/business plan for a 25-year lease of the ground floor at the Old Town Hall, 79 Victoria Street in Newton Stewart, under the Community Empowerment Scotland Act of 2015. The report includes the recommendations of Wigton Area Committee, who considered the application at their meeting of the 7th of May and then again on the 22nd of August. Melinda, again, have you anything to add?
Nothing further at the moment, Chair. Happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I think they were answered in the previous thing. Sean, do you want to come in?
Yeah, again, no problem with the recommendations. I can remember this is when it first came to the committee, we pushed it back to Wigtown Area Committee, and I know that they're coming forward with the same option. I'm just wondering if there's a little bit more detail on why they felt there was no need to apply any of the conditions in this circumstances.
Thank you. I don't see anybody. So, Katie?
Thank you, Chair. My hand actually went up in terms of a specific question, so I didn't hear what Councillor Marshall had actually asked.
Yeah, it just, if you remember, the first time it came to committee, we actually asked for it to go back to Wigton Area Committee to consider it again, with maybe applying some conditions. And although the recommendation has come back with the same option 1, I'm just wondering if it's, the debate at the Wigton Area Committee, the reason why you felt there was no need to apply any conditions in this circumstances.
I'm happy to come in on that. My understanding was it was referred back to look at the fees and the costs of that, not in specific with conditions attached as such, and it was to confirm that the Newton Stewart Initiative were able to take that forward. But I mean, maybe the officer would want to come in. I was going to come in on another point, but I'll maybe pause there and get that resolved first of all.
Yeah. Melinda, can you come in, please?
I think what was asked was the conditions attached to the lease rather than conditions as we would understand it in the options there. They're for usually additional things that the members might want. For example, if it was a public toilet that was part of the transfer or the lease, then that would be, they may ask for that to be available on gala days or for groups to come in and use. But so questions round about the lease itself are sort of the legal questions, and my colleague from legal here would be able to answer those. But the conditions held within the options are to do with things above and beyond what would be in the lease, and there were no additional conditions at Wigton Area Committee put forward. That's helpful.
Thank you. And just before Katie comes back in, just to confirm, the outcome at Wigtonshire Area Committee was option 1 was the preferred option. Am I right? Thank you. Katie, you want to come back in?
Yeah, it was just really to check with Melinda, because obviously she's been working closely on this one, and the final recommendation was stressed quite a lot at Wigton Area Committee, and that was, depending on the outcome, to consider and agree an immediate licence to occupy at no cost as a priority. Now, there is reference to this in the report to state that property estates and programmes have advised occupation can only be granted under a formal agreement. I just wondered if there was any further update and discussions that had been had between Wigton Area Committee and the committee here today, because that was a point that was stressed quite clearly and strongly by members of Wigton Area Committee. And obviously the final decision lies with this committee, and so therefore I just wondered if there was any further updates that were maybe not captured in the report.
Melinda?
I don't have any further updates on that. The report has just come to members here for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Do you want back in, Katie?
No, it's fine. I mean, obviously, we have the report here and we have to be advised that, you know, we have to have those formal agreements in place. And as I say, I know the request was to consider that immediate licence to occupy. So, you know, we've asked the question, but I do have to, you know, be guided by officers on this one. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just saying, Mo, do you want Colin Freeman to come in? Colin, could you come in, please, yeah?
Morning, Chair.
Did you pick up the question from Councillor Hagman?
I think I did. Around the request for immediate occupation, should the lease be agreed? If the occupation of a council property can only be undertaken or had under a formal agreement, such as a licence to occupy, if members agree to the transfer today or the 25-year lease, we'll work with colleagues in legals to try and make that happen as soon as possible.
Okay, Katie.
Yep, I mean, that's helpful, and certainly if I appreciate if everything's a priority. Nothing's a priority, but, you know, this has been a long-standing one, so I appreciate any speed that could be applied to this one. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Any more questions? No, then I'm ready to move to the recommendations. So we're asked to note the additional information provided 3.4 to 3.7. Consider Newton Stewart Initiative's transfer request as laid out in Stage 2 Community Asset Transfer Application, Appendix 1, Community Business Stroke Plan, Appendix 2 and Appendix 2A. 3. Consider the outcomes of the officer assessment on the request in relation to the Council's requirement to meet best value, and that's paragraph 413. 4. Note the outcome of the social value assessment of the proposed transfer, paragraphs 417. 5. Note the recommendation of Wigton Area Committee of 22nd of August, which we've had a verbal update, and consider and agree an option from those listed. Now, we've already had a recommendation from Wigton Area Committee. It's option 1 and table 1. Are we happy with that? Okay. Yes, so then depending on the outcome at 2.6, obviously consider and agree to an immediate licence to occupy at no cost as a priority as set out in paragraph 4.9. You all comfortable with that? Okay, thank you very much. It's agreed. Melinda, thank you very much. Just wait for Councillor Ingalls to come back with us. You back with us, David? Is that him now, is it? Mm-hmm. Okay, welcome back, David. Could you take your thumb down, please? Yeah, thank you. Is that you, is it? Right, sorry. So we'll move on now to item number 6, the Economy and Infrastructure Revenue Budget Monitoring Report for 24-25 for the period ended the 31st of March 2025. Report by the Executive Director. The report provides members with an overview of performance against budget at the end of financial year 24-25 for economy and infrastructure. Tam Alder is available to take any questions on the report along with other officers as may be required. Tam, have you anything to add at this stage?
Nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And move to questions. Sean?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, got a couple of questions. I don't know if take one at a time or just, I think about 3 or 4.
Well, we'll go one at a time if we can, please,
yeah.
But I'll get an answer each and rather than wait for them building up, okay?
Again, this is for the last financial year, but obviously the next report as well as a follow-on from that. But the first one is really with regards to 4.8 on page 27. I'm just really looking for maybe an update on, it does say that there was a slower than expected uptake. So just wondering if that had been improved or that is progressing well.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. So it is improving very slightly. Over the months there is additional uptake being added. It's not material impact in the finances at this stage. We have done some detailed scenario planning with services and with the head of service to assess what the finances would look like if there is a significant increase in those. But we're able to contain those within resources at the moment. The uptake is certainly not at the level that it was initially anticipated yet, although it is still increasing slightly. So I think that's about as much as I can comment on that at this stage, I think.
Yeah, okay. Do I go to the next question?
Yep, next one is on the same page. It's 4.11, facilities management. Part of the reason for the underspend was the recruitment challenges. Just wonder if that had been resolved now.
Thanks, Councillor. So my understanding is that there are ongoing recruitment challenges just due to the nature of the work as a frontline service. I believe that other councils are experiencing similar challenges in the same sort of areas. So it is something that will continue into the new financial year, which we have captured in the following report. So yes, because of the nature of the work, we are expecting to be the same sort of challenges. But again, as mentioned in the following report, it's not currently impacting service delivery.
Okay, Sean, just move. How many have you got? That's okay, yeah.
So next one is just on the fleet management, 4.17, and we had an overspend, and a lot of that was regards to repairs and maintenance, and part of the reason for that is due to the ageing fleet. I know that we had taken a decision recently to kind of get rid of some of the ageing fleet, so I'm just wondering if that will actually improve for this year then, and resolve some of the overspends on the repairs and maintenance ongoing.
Thanks, Councillor. So there is an impact, obviously, in removing older vehicles. It may mean services need to hire vehicles to ensure service delivery in the short term. This is obviously linked to the delivery of the capital programme as well, which obviously doesn't form part of this report, but it is an issue that will continue into the new financial year. Which again we've referenced in the other report on this agenda. So yeah, a recurring issue at the moment.
Sean, you want your next question? Yeah, is this your last one? Yeah, thanks.
And the final one is really a general observation, just and disappointment with regards to Appendix 2, which is the delivery of agreed savings. So you see in 2024-25, we probably just achieved 50% of the savings that we set, and I know myself and all members go through the pain of taking decisions on savings on an annual basis, and it is quite disappointing when we don't return the full savings, and particularly if we only get halfway. And I'm afraid to say in the next report as well, even at this early stage in 2025-26, we're predicting again only 50% of the savings that have been identified. So I'm flagging up here, but I'll probably raise it under the next item as well.
I know I can understand why, that's fine. I don't think it needs an answer, Tam, on that one. Councillor Hagman and then Councillor Dorward. Thanks. Sorry, I thought that was your last one.
Oh, yeah, it was an observation, but I just think there's something that needs to be done if it looks like the second year in a row when we're committed to making these savings and they're not happening, because that puts a pressure on the service and the rest of the council. And I just wondered if the director or anyone was taking steps to try and improve performance on budget savings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Marshall. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a number of savings in there that have been in place for a number of years and that are proving extremely challenging. And, you know, that's not new to last year because, as I say, they are several years old, and we'll work to not only deliver those but find alternative ways, which is what we're exploring at the moment, of achieving them. And happy to pick up your concerns in terms of this year when we come to the next report.
Okay, thanks very much. So, in order, I've got Councillor Hagman, Councillor Durward and Councillor Dashper. Okay, Councillor Hagman?
I wasn't indicating to speak on this one, Chair.
All right, okay. Councillor Durward, Linda?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members, and congratulations and welcome to your new Chair, Vice Chair. Yeah, a question specifically on sustainable transport, which is 4.13 to 4.15, page 28 of the report. And it's reporting an overspend of 882k last year and significant cost increases of 982k over the past 2 years. This is a really good example of what Councillor Martin's been talking about, of wanting to make savings but not achieving savings because we don't have any ways of doing that. The report says the service has been reviewing alternative delivery models and ways to reduce costs over the course of the financial year. Given the fact that we have an increase in children with additional needs, given the fact that we have an increase in demand, as we all know, given the amount of discussion and debate about buses for transport. This is sustainable transport, so it's a different thing, but there's still an increase in demand for sustainable transport. It's not a new problem, and it needs radical and innovative solutions, which I recognise requires cross-directory working in a complex landscape. The issues are UK-wide. Scottish Government invested an additional 29 million for ASL, but doesn't cover transport, unfortunately. So we're left with this really massive challenge. So what I'm asking is it realistic to put savings targets in here when we don't have any money? Across the whole of the UK, not just Scotland, local authorities are having massive challenges with funding this, and it's just going up and up and up. Is it not better to say, well, we're going to have, we're going to put more money into it rather than trying to save money? Do we therefore ask Scottish Government to increase what they're doing across the whole of, we can't ask for the whole of Scotland, but COSLA can. So we can ask that question at COSLA, Chair, if you can maybe take that forward. And also, can we as a council ask a question about more money for sustainable transport from the government, because it's becoming almost like a bottomless pit, and we cannot fund it. So sustainably, it's not sustainable going forward. So can we have an outline of what the alternative delivery models are, because it's quite vague in the report, and what are the timescales for implementation? Thank you.
Actually, this is a history report, and I think what you're asking is how we've got to take it forward from here. And I appreciate you learn from history, but this is the report card from last year, not what we're currently doing. So I'm wondering, can we cover that in the next item? Yeah, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, that's the actual report says what is going to be happening. That's why I'm asking the question on this report, not the next one, because the report itself says that the service has been reviewing alternative delivery models and ways to reduce costs over the course of the financial year. I'm not asking for a detailed report, I'm asking for an outline and some dates, please, that's all. So I think that should be fairly straightforward, Chair, if you agree with that. Thank you.
Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dorward. So I guess firstly, the savings that have been applied to fleet don't relate specifically to ASN transport. So just to give you that assurance that we are under no illusions that there can be savings made. But there are savings that can be made in fleet, and ourselves and finance colleagues regularly have the conversation as to whether those savings should be used to offset the overspend or whether they should be put forward as specific savings. And at the moment, the approach is specific savings and then considering the overspend through different means. I guess secondly, in terms of the work that's underway, Karen may want to come in, but to give assurance to members, there is a detailed report coming in November to the committee to outline what we have done, how effective or not some of those things have been, and what our next steps are. But I think we have to be realistic. As you've said, this is a UK-wide problem that every local authority is facing in terms of the growth in cost and number of children coming through the system in terms of being entitled to transport. So I think there is an extremely big challenge here in terms of reducing the overspend, but we will always strive to ensure that we're delivering cost-effective and efficient services in the most appropriate way possible.
You want to come back in, Linda? Yeah.
Thanks for that, Director. That's really useful. I think it's a massive challenge. It's not a criticism of what people are doing. It is there, and I know it's a you know it is for the previous year. So perhaps, Chair, as suggested, I'll add a recommendation on the next report potentially in terms of COSLA and asking for additional funding from Scottish Government. Thank you.
Just for information, I've got my first COSLA meeting on Friday, so I've not got my feet under the table quite yet. So if you appreciate, then obviously the outcome from that will be shared to the committee at a later date. So that was it. Are you happy with that, Linda? Yeah, that's your questions. Yeah, thanks. Councillor Dashper.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 27 on the community assets overspend of 110k at the end of the financial year, mainly due to an increase in the number of payments to tree surgeons for dangerous trees and clearing them during storms and such. Obviously, we can't predict storms, but do we have a proactive plan for inspection and maintenance of our trees so we can be proactive rather than reactive? And what's the situation with our own internal staff with dealing with trees rather than relying on external contractors and the prices of that? Thank you.
Alan, can you help?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, there is an inspection regime in Councillor Dashford regarding that. As far as prediction concerned around about costs and stuff, as you rightly mentioned, you know, what the will of nature around about them costs are. But certainly, the storms that we've had in the past, if they set any precedent around about the future, we've got a real challenge in our hands, because once the storm's in, it's the inspection regime that really becomes challenging. And also then when we're looking at outsourcing specialists for tree surgeons that do that, it becomes quite challenging because some of the private landowners then are looking at tying into that as well. So the team are looking at what the potential opportunities are, and they've already spoken to procurement, are looking at a more detailed plan round about trying to get specialists in. As far as workforce is concerned, we've also had a conversation regarding specific training that may be able to enhance our own staff. However, the bigger the tree, the more specialist it is, and then we will be looking at external support for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, you okay with that, Ben? Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? No, I'm not seeing anybody. In that case, then we'll move on to the recommendations. We're asked to note that Economy and Infrastructure has returned a net overspend of 355k, which is set out in paragraph 4.1 in Appendix 1. 2, the delivery of agreed savings applied to the Economy and Infrastructure budget in 24-25, which is set out as Appendix 2. And 3, the position on service reserves, which is set out in Appendix 3. So okay to note all that. Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 7. The Revenue Budget Monitoring Report for the period ended 30th of June, Quarter 1, report by the Executive Director. The report provides members with an overview of performance against budget for the period ending 30th of June 2025, end of Quarter 1 for Economy and Infrastructure, including the details of budget realignment review that has been undertaken with the service management team to ensure detailed budgets are realistic for the current financial year. Again, Tam and other officers are here to answer any questions. Tam, is there any update, or are we happy going just straight to questions?
Nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, I'm looking, Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess before I ask my question, I should probably have added to my statement the connection being the COSLA Resources spokesperson, just with COSLA being referenced already. So if that can maybe just be added in reference to item 6, 7, 8, and actually in addition to 12 as well, although it is purely a statement of connection. My question is on relating to staff costs of the pay award and the national insurance charges. It's on page 38 on paragraph 4.2 on table 1. So there's additional adjustments of 2.7 million or thereabouts on the first line there. And I'm wondering how much of that 2.7 million relates to the UK government's decision to increase national insurance contributions.
Thanks, Councillor Hagman. So, of the 2.711 million, 1.001 million relates to the employer's national insurance increase. And just to assure members that as part of the budget uprating process, this was fully funded through budget pressures funding, so there's not anticipated to be any pressure to the Directorate.
Thank you. Do you want to come back, Katie?
Yep, sorry, could you just clarify where we found the 1.001 million additional funds? Which funding pot did that come out of?
Apologies, Councillor, I don't have that information to hand. I would need to check with some senior finance colleagues.
Okay, and if you can share that with the committee afterwards, Tam, that would be really helpful. Is that everything, Katie? Yes, thank you. Councillor Stevenson, Paula?
Thank you, Chair. Just on page 39, the additional support needs, I've decided to bring this question into this paper. There isn't actually a breakdown in this paper that I can find of how much we actually are projecting to spend on additional support needs transport. So do we have that figure at hand? And how many children does that relate to? I think that would be very helpful for this committee to break down. And then just one other question, if you wouldn't mind, Chair, on page 38, policy funding, development of dog walking areas, pilot. Where do we expect this pilot to be? Thank you.
I think I've got Alan to come and answer that. I think there's two parts to it. I'm not sure if Tam or any of this team will be able to tell you exactly how many children are. They'll know the places. Yeah, sorry?
It'll come in the November report.
It's in the November report, the directors tell me. But in the meantime, if you want it, I'm sure officers can share that with committee members so that you have a better understanding of the extent of the problem or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So who wants to go first? Is it Alan first? Yeah. Or Karen? Karen, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I can come in relation to the ASN. So, as the Director previously said, it is our intention to bring a full and robust report to members at the November E&I committee. It has been a significant piece of work for cross-council directorate and services. We're working through a one source of truth. Obviously, the schools have now gone back, so we're now I guess, considering the impact of that. So within that report, we will be able to provide you the specific details that you're asking for. Thank you.
Good. That was half it. Alan, do you want to come to the other part?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Stevenson. Yeah, so the policy funding for the development of the walking areas was a motion that was in, and there'll be a members' briefing paper this calendar month going out regarding that, and the proposal is Dalbeattie as a pilot to be run in that area. As I say, there'll be a detailed briefing note coming out, more detail on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Paula, do you want to come back?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we have no figures just now in the assisted support as part of the budget. Is that right? Thanks.
So thanks, Councillor. So when this report was written, obviously it was covered the period until the end of June, and at that point we didn't have definitive information on ASN numbers for the new academic year, but hopeful we'll be able to bring that back to a further committee. Thank you.
You okay with that? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Next is Councillor Johnson. Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's page 38, and it's actually about the budget realignments. I'd like a bit of reassurance that we're happy with how this has progressed, because obviously we'll be discussing these reports as a key performance indicator going forward, and I would like a wee bit of assurance that we're happy with how the realignments have went, so we're going to get robust figures going forward.
I'll let Lisa take that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. So the realignment process is within the existing budget we have, and it alluded in agenda item 6 and also within this report to the financial challenges that the Directorate has, particularly in the use of reserves for last year that don't exist this year. So we haven't been able to realign rightly because we have a finite budget, you know, to what I believe would be needed to operate the directorate in the way that it is perhaps desired. But we are looking at how we mitigate much of those last year's overspends this year to really bring that overspend down. But I think ASN is probably a really good example of that. But what we have undertaken, and I guess it also reflecting the new chief officers coming in, there's been some holding and not doing anything until we're clear on you know, how it starts to play out through the first couple of quarters, and then we will look to realign ahead of next year in some of those areas where we wanted to get a true picture over these first 2 quarters, but where we have been confident that there's perhaps you know, significant underspends that we felt would reoccur this time, and clear overspends that would continue, we have realigned within the allocations that are available to us. So I'm not going to sit here and say absolutely we've got all the money and I can be really confident we're going to bring it in on budget, but we're certainly working to how we mitigate those and ensure we've got the right money in the right place to deliver what we need.
Okay, thanks. So I think we're in every effort to come within budget, but we'll do what we can. So I've got Councillor, you're right with that, Malcolm, yeah?
Well, I'm okay with it, but the point I was really making to was for future reporting purposes, because we report against budget, so having a robust and accurate budget is crucial for reports going forward.
Okay, yeah, so effectively we don't want to see a swing at Q4 that we hadn't been anticipating between quarters 2, 3, etc. Yeah, absolutely. We're working towards ensuring we are, you know, that the reports are honest and transparent and that we don't see those significant swings at year end. Yeah.
Councillor Dorward and then Councillor Marshall, please, in that order.
Thanks, Chair. It's just in terms of reference to what I was saying in the previous report, if it's possible, again, going back to sustainable transport, and I've rehearsed the figures so we know that the provision of school transportation for pupils with ASN is returning significant overspends, has been for a number of years. It's recognised we'll be incurring significant overspends going forward without any financial assistance there, without any input, unless we cut something else, which is not really where we want to be. And it will also affect our ability to deliver a balanced budget. I mean, it's fairly straightforward there. So, and I recognise as well in my previous statement the Scottish Government has added funding for ASL provision but not ASN provision. So significant funding for ASL, which is always welcome, significant funding is always welcome, but nothing for ASN, and it's actually a massive growing problem, not just for us but for the council. So from that perspective, could we add a recommendation that this increasingly unsustainable state of affairs is addressed by the Chair at COSLA? I'll let you off on Friday, Chair, if that's your first, but it really needs to be taken forward, I think, as a matter of urgency. And I'm not asking you to give me, I don't know what's been going on at COSLA because I'm not at COSLA, but this is something that I think should be discussed and raised at leaders or the panel you attend, but so that not just ASL but ASN is given additional funding from Scottish Government, and also this issue is raised directly with Scottish Government via yourself, either via letter or via the leader via letter as well, because I think it's getting to the point where we are being tasked with making significant and probably drastic savings this year going forward. We're looking as elected members at making really quite horrendous savings, but we're doing it with one hand tied behind our back because we're not getting enough funding for things that are statutory provision. So it's really difficult to say we'll make savings. And I totally empathise with the director and our team. We've got a budget that we're saying we're growing at the moment, potentially make 50% of the savings on. And that's at the moment, so things may improve or may not, depending on where we are. And it's a really, really challenging perspective, because if we don't make savings here, we're making savings somewhere else, and that's could be statutory, it could be other things. So it's no longer we've got money under the desk in the pot, so to speak, to put into these things. It's not available these days. We don't have it. So I think, as a matter of urgency, Chair, going back to my recommendation, could you please take this to COSLA, maybe not on Friday, but whenever you've had a chance to get briefed on it, and could we also raise it directly with Scottish Government via the leader? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. a wee bit of loss myself here. I'm showing my experience in this committee because I'm going to ask a question to officers here, because the understanding I have is that we are commissioned from the Education Service to provide the transport. The budget doesn't come to us per se, am I right? No? It does. Yes, but it says, but the number of children who require transport comes to you from education. So you don't know what it is until education have told you how many children you need covered. Yeah. That's my point, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So the way it works is, as you say, it's education that chair a panel, although we sit on it, that assess the applications that come in for children entitled, that requesting to be considered entitled for ASN transport. I guess in fairness to the education team, the requirements of that are set down in legislation by Scottish Government, and therefore, you know, their hands are effectively tied in terms of the number of children that come through that system requiring transport. And the budget doesn't necessarily reflect the demand that we have.
Yeah, okay, and just for clarity as well, it's the education team or the NHS who actually do it's not the diagnosis, it's the investigation actually to see whether the children are entitled to additional support needs transport, am I right?
Yeah, so it's the education panel. I'm not sure whether there's an NHS representation on there, but it's certainly led by the education team.
Okay, so Alice, I get your point, and I think there's probably maybe two strands we need to take that down. Is my take on it, Linda. So yes, we'll look at that come the end. Sean, you're coming next.
Yeah, just a couple of points, but really just happy if required to second what Councillor Dorwood has proposed as an additional recommendation, because, you know, I mean, the pressure is on this department, and you know, with respect, they are trying to actually deal with that, but there's only so much they can do. And if you look at 4.6, I don't know how much savings will be derived from, you know, including looking at route efficiency and standardised rates. That may solve part of it, and I look forward to the report coming forward, plus any other measures that can be taken. But yeah, it's certainly not going to resolve this issue, you know, of increasing numbers of ESN pupils requiring transport. A couple of points I have is just a little bit of clarity on 4.10 on page 40, the fleet management. It kind of states that the service is progressing a small reconfiguration of its staffing establishment, and it will reduce the overall staffing cost and may result in additional work being carried out in-house rather than payments being made to external subcontractors. Can I take from that what we're looking at is an increase in staff and less reliance on subcontractors? I'm not sure what that statement actually says. So is it going up the way or down the way? And I've got another point, but I'll...
If I go that one first time, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor. So what this refers to is the service have had approval to recruit a permanent member of staff, which will drastically reduce the overtime payments that they've been incurring. And by taking on that additional member of staff, the hope is that they can channel more works in-house than going external.
Great. And okay. I think that's, as I said, it wasn't clear within the report, but I actually welcome the fact that we're taking on an additional full-time person, and that's less reliance on subcontractors. And the final point is, again, I touched on it, and I'll refer to Appendix 2. As I said, the budget savings already the forecast, 6 out of the 8 are not going to be met, and it's you know, it's over £1 million our savings, but we're only going to achieve 500,000, which may be the best case scenario at this early stage or halfway through the year. I'm slightly concerned with a couple of them as well, maybe one in particular where we're looking at the co-locating of services, and it's 100,000 the saving. We're predicting nil, and it kind of says that it's due to home working, and it's been held up by that, and economic factors. So just a little bit more information on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. So, yeah, specifically on the co-locating, that saving was put forward quite a number of years ago. and the impact and the legacy, I guess, of COVID at the time wasn't able to be considered in that. So we have had discussions. We're not at a solution for it yet in terms of other ways of delivering on that saving, because I think that it's unrealistic to think that we would be able to achieve that through other organisations co-locating, given the number of organisations that now work from home and are reducing their own office footprints, which I'm not saying it's completely impossible, but it certainly is more challenging than was originally set out. And in terms of some of the savings that came forward this year that are in here that are at full cost, and as you say that we aren't anticipating to deliver on, a number of those are due to the motions that came forward as part of full council budget setting process, and that required us to do further work to come to a more refined approach on a number of things, particularly around facilities, waste and neighbourhood services savings. And as a result of that, we weren't able to implement them immediately as the outline proposal had suggested. We required to bring further proposals back to committee to get agreed, which we did in June, so we did do it at pace to enable us to implement it. But because of the changes that have been made and the new approach that's been taken as a result of that, the delivery and implementation timescales have had to change.
Come back.
Of those 8 that are listed there, how many of those actually came through in the motion? I'm sure a lot, I can remember seeing a lot of these as actually budget templates that were submitted earlier on. How many of them are actually due to the amendments that were made in the motion to the budget?
Yeah, so there were, as you say, these all came through in budget saving templates. The 2 I'm referring to specifically are the increased waste bulky uplift charges and the enforcing commercial waste contracts for holiday lets and NNDR properties. So they came through as templates, but as part of 2 motions that came forward, we were asked to reconsider and refine our approach to that. And in doing that, and some of the back-end systems that were required to ensure things were joined up, has meant that there's been a delay in us being able to deliver it to the standard expected and agreed by members at the June committee.
Is that everyone now? Linda, can you forward that extra recommendation to the Governance Officer to share it with the group? I'm going to take a 5-minute recess so we can consider it. I think it's only reasonable. We'll do that. And we'll come back in, well, say 11:30, all right, 11:30. live now. I think everyone should have an email with that, and those in the room can see it, and those online should be able to have access to it. Sorry? Yeah. Okay, so thanks very much for that, Linda. Can I maybe just ask if there are any more of these, if we can actually get them done beforehand so that we could cut some committee time, if we could, please, that would be really helpful. So we've got an extra recommendation that the provision of school transportation for pupils with ASN is raised by the chair of this committee at COSLA, and the leader of the council via letter to the Scottish Government, with the aim of ensuring that ASN funding is accorded the same priority as ASL funding going forward. Does anybody want to comment on that? Katie?
Chair, can I just ask, how does it work in terms of governance? Because obviously the leader isn't part of this committee, so we can ask the leader, but the leader's not here to confirm, or can we instruct the leader? Just what's the governance processes around this? Thanks.
Thank you. I would suggest that you could request the leader.
Okay, and I will take it to COSLA if it's in the portfolio. I'm not at all sure because I've not seen it. If it's in the portfolio that I cover, I will do. If it's not, we'll pass it to whichever portfolio covers it. Is that fair enough, Linda? Yeah. Gail?
Yeah, that was the point that I was going to make. I'm not entirely sure whether it will sit, and I should probably declare a statement of connection with this now as well, because transport sits within my brief at COSLA, but this may well sit within the Children and Young People's Board rather than the Environment and Economy Board. So we'll maybe just need to get some clarity around that. And my suggestion would be that we write to the Chief Executive of COSLA and she will send it to the appropriate place, which may well be the floor of leaders anyway.
I think that's a reasonable thing. Are you happy with that, Linda? If we amend it to that, yeah. Do you want to come in?
Sorry, the appropriate committee, I don't know what one it is either. I'm not that au fait with COSLA anymore. You guys will be more au fait with COSLA going forward, I hope. So whatever appropriate committee it needs to go to via the chair of the committee here would be really useful if we can amend it. If that makes sense clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think what Gail is actually saying is to send it to the Chief Executive of COSLA to allocate to the appropriate board, which would actually have the same outcome.
Well, it does, but it isn't a D&G thing. I think it's about D&G taking this forward on behalf of the council here. So I understand what Councillor McFarlane is saying. I totally get that way forward. But it's about us making the statement at COSLA. So whilst you do it to the who was it? The Chief Executive of COSLA, that's fine. But it's about elected members making that statement at a forum. So she can tell us what committee to do it at, but I think we take it forward. I think what the recommendation is saying is that we, as a council, take it forward at COSLA on behalf of Dumfries and Galloway Council. Other councillors can rock up and come behind us and say, yes, we need that for the rest of the local authorities. That's where I'm coming from. So it's a Dumfries and Galloway specific thing that we're taking forward. With advice from the Chief Exec of COSLA.
I've got that because at the end of the day, if we write to the Chief Exec, if it falls to me, I'll write to the Chief Exec at COSLA and ask her to put it to the relevant theme board at COSLA, bearing in mind that theme boards are not decision-making boards, it still has to go to leaders. Yeah. Okay, so we'll take it. Gail, did you want to come in, or was that what you were saying there? You've got to back that up.
Yeah, that's the clarity. Yeah, I think from my perspective, it's about our representative from Dumfries and Galloway, the chair of the appropriate committee, lobbying within that board space. And what we need to do is identify where that space is, and whether it'll be yourself or whether it be Tracy through, education and communities.
Yeah, I think the commitment I'm making is I'll take it forward at this stage in the the responsible person within the council will take it forward to COSLA back on this decision. That seems to be what everyone's saying here. So I'm not seeing anybody having any objection to that. So with that slight amendment, that will write to the Chief Executive of COSLA and ask the leader or request the leader write. I'd be happy to move on to the recommendations. Yeah. Ben, do you want to come in? No? No, no. Sorry. So we'll go to the recommendations then. So we've been asked to note the budget realignment approach undertaken with the E&I management team to ensure the budget reflected for each service function represents planned income and expenditure levels for the year ahead, set out in paragraphs 3.1 to 3.2. 2, that the information from the detailed budget realignment has been reviewed in conjunction with Q1 monitoring information, and it is currently estimated that economy and infrastructure will run 179k over budget position at the end of the financial year, following the application of recurring and non-recurring funding sources set out in Appendix 1. In 3, there are risks that this projected overspend could be further increased, and close monitoring and associated mitigation measures will be required to address both these risks and the current projected overspend reflected above. And 4, progress against the delivery of the agreed savings applied to the E&I budget in 25-26, Appendix 2. And then we're adding in a 5th as per the tabled with the slight amendments that we've got there. So could you just read out that, please, just for clarity, so everybody's got the...
Okay, I believe I've got the amendments here, that the provision of school transportation for pupils with ASN is raised by the chair of this committee to the Chief Executive of COSLA, and requests that the leader of the council via the letter to the Scottish Government with the aim of ensuring that ASN funding is accorded the same priority as ASL funding going forward.
Thanks very much. So we agreed all those recommendations? Yeah. Thank you. We'll move on to item 8, which is the Capital Investment Programme report. Sorry, Tam, thanks very much. Yeah. Capital Investment Programme report, Q1, 1st of April, 30th of June, progress report. Report by Interim Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure. The report is to provide elected members with an update for Q1. It's 1st April, 30th of June, for the financial and programme projects within the Capital Investment Programme for all asset classes, excluding ICT asset class. Could members note that the projects referred to under Recommendation 6 and described in paragraphs 4.23 to 4.25 of the report are being taken forward and implemented by Stranraer Development Trust. Stranraer Development Trust is the nominated lead partner for the development and implementation of the Town Investment Plan approved by the Borderlands Partnership and endorsed by this committee on the 3rd of September 2024. With committee's agreement, offers of grant subject to legal checks will be made to the Trust to take forward the projects, with 510,000 being offered for the Town Centre Living Project and 200,000 for the Dix Hill Wellbeing Hub. Okay, just a second. We'll move on. I suppose have we anything to add to the report at this stage? I think. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, just very briefly, I just wanted to thank those members that were able to attend the training session this morning with the Executive Director and Stuart, just to have a look at the new layout of the report in front of you this morning, as well as the dashboard, which is work in progress in relation to all asset classes that was sent out to members last week. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Chair. I've actually got 3 questions. I don't know if you want me to ask them all at once or do it one at a time.
I've set the President, Michelle. Yeah, you just ask all 3.
Ask all 3, okay. So my first question is in relation to the community-led economic generation framework, the CLERF funding, which is described on page 52 onwards in regards to Annan and District Day Centre. Now, I appreciate we've already given 135,000 plus last year for this project, and the request is for an additional 123, which uses the full allocation plus some from next year. So that's over £250,000 to that one project. Can I ask, have any other groups or projects come out of that funding, and what's the estimated funds for next year, and how can communities buy into that? I would absolutely have no issue with funding the Annan and District Day Centre. I think day centres are absolutely vital to our community. So it's not about not funding that project, but how do we get equity across the region? So that's my first question. My second question relates to Appendix 2, which has the, if I just get the page number, Appendix 2 on page 61, and that references the climate emergency funding of over £1.5 million. There's nothing in the report as to what that funding is going to be used for, and I guess it's a simple question: will there be a report to the new climate subcommittee to actually look at how that funding can be allocated and spent this financial year? Because it says it will be spent this financial year, but there's absolutely no details on that. And my third question just relates to Newton Stewart flood scheme and the new dashboard, which absolutely appreciate. There's been a lot of time and effort to try and bring this together. So, my thanks to the officers on that one. There's a snapshot there. It is slightly concerning. Newton Stewart flood scheme that was meant to take 3 years is taking 13 years. I would note that in the narrative it does say that ward members, the Community Council and the hearing reporter have been updated on the current processes, but these are public reports. How are the public meant to know what's going on with this? So I know in the past we've had newsletters out, etc., but it doesn't capture in this any public information going forward, and I think it's vital that the public are kept fully abreast of where these large, ambitious projects are. Thank you.
Stuart.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hagman. I can respond to your first query on the Annan District project. So, yes, we've been working with the project for a substantial period of time and supporting them through the early stages of their project design and their architecture work in advance of their submission through us to the Regeneration Capital Grant Fund in Scottish Government to draw down between £3.5 and £4 million, I think, of capital grant to actually deliver the project. So there is substantive effort over the piece going into them. Yes, it is drawing down also drawing down a substantive element of the Clare Fund for this financial year and a bit of next year. We generally run around £250,000 a year from the asset class to Clare projects. We're currently also acting quite actively with Kershfairn woodland project. So that's the other one that we've currently got some active contact with. There are some others at earlier stages that may well become CLERF eligible projects in the future. There's a bit of a pipeline developing there. Much of that comes through our work in connecting with communities through their local place plan work. So I think in the future the CLERF allocation within the asset class will be particularly useful to move projects that are coming through place planning processes forward into design and funding, capital funding projects.
Okay, second question.
So, I mean, just on that one, that's really helpful in having that breakdown of CLERF. But in terms of the second question, the second question I had, apologies, was to do with Freetown Primary School. Apologies, I sort of stopped on that one. Or maybe that's an additional question. I asked about Newton Stewart flood scheme. I asked about the climate emergency. I've actually got 4 questions. Apologies. I can't read my own notes, Chair. It's a big report before us. Do you want me to clarify my questions again?
You've got 3 in one sentence, so I'm not sure if the officers have got all 3 questions noted. I think they have. Yep. So they'll just go straight to answer.
On your second question regarding the climate change funding, so yeah, So yes, that has been worked through the working group, now into the subcommittee, which will start meeting from October. We'll receive reports around the allocation of the progress against that funding. A lot of that lies with the property teams as well. So between the sort of officers on the table just now, much of that work will be reported through the committee over the autumn and winter.
Okay. That you, Katie? Yeah, fine. Thanks.
Third question.
Third question, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, thank you, Councillor Hagman, for your question. Just in relation to Newton Stewart flood scheme, I fully understand how frustrating it is, you know, for the local community in terms of the length of time it's taken to progress. However, we are need to work in relation to statutory requirements, and as members are aware, we're working towards the project is paused, and we're working towards a hearing, and therefore working in line with the procedures in place in relation to that. Absolutely take your point in terms of communication and what the team are trying to do. They've been having some challenging discussions just in relation to the EIA and what that's going to look like going forward. Whilst we have been in contact with specific householders around the River Cree, I absolutely acknowledge the need over the next couple of months to go out to the whole community with an updated newsletter. But to provide members with the reassurance, officers are keeping the web page up to date at this current time, but there is a need. I absolutely take that on board. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, and I do absolutely appreciate, you know, there's a huge amount of work that's being taken forward. I did have an additional question, which I will take offline, just in relation to Creetown Primary School, because it seems to have disappeared off the Appendix 2 in terms of the main asset class, but I will take that offline. But just as a wee preempt on that one, I will send an email. Thank you.
Okay, pre-warned. So I've got three speakers coming in. I've got Councillor Dashbar, Councillor Johnson, and then Councillor Stevenson in that order. Okay, Ben.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the back of Councillor Hagman's point about the climate funding, I sent an EMS recently asking about landfill restoration, which was originally one of our target points for this directorate. I'm wondering if that could maybe be collated in the reporting to the Climate Committee to consider that as an option. It's been sitting in our backlog for a number of years now, and I appreciate it's been difficult to identify that capital funding, and if we can maybe just consider the appropriateness or provide information to members on the suitability of this fund, if possible. My question in specific as well is about page 56, 4.40 on the George Hotel project. Obviously, officers are aware of community concerns around the extended road closure at the George Hotel, and I'm a little bit worried about the council's reputational damage. The road has been shut for a number of years now, and you know, when we do contracts, do we have any liquidation damage clauses for where there are project delays? Is that something that the council puts into our contracts, and do we make use of them where possible? Thank you.
Okay, in order, the two things. The first thing Lisa will tell you about, there's no time to put it to the October committee, Climate Committee, yes, but yeah, leave it here.
Thank you. So there is a waste report coming to this November committee, and that may well touch on some of those points, but if it doesn't provide the detail that you're looking for, Councillor Dasper, then more than happy to take it to a future subcommittee, but it wouldn't be able to do it in time for October.
Okay, so your substantive question, who's picking up? Mo, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, totally agree with you. But you get, as you know, the George Hotel project is such a complex and complicated project, just the nature of the building, where it was, and the ground conditions, etc. So officers are working really hard with the contractor to ensure successful delivery. But one of the most important thing for us as a service is the quality that we deliver that project. So in terms of the project managers and the clerk of works, they are increasing their inspections and stuff, so which may result in additional delays, just so in terms of quality. In terms of your questions about damages, yes, absolutely, any contract that I go out this council has the appropriate damages allocated to it. Yes, we will apply it when necessary if it's a contractor's at fault, and unfortunately that's all I can say about that contract at the moment. If there is anything specific, I'm happy to pick up offline if it is to do with any commercial or contractual issues. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Johnson, then Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor Campbell in that order.
Thanks, Chair. It's Appendix 3, page 81. I'd just like to say I like the layout of these reports. It's actually quite good. It's quite easy presentation. I just want to draw a bit of attention to page 81, where there would appear to have been a bit of a land grab, because the White Sands, I believe, is in Nith Ward, not Locha. So, I think we've got an issue going on here, maybe. But the next thing is, I take it that page on page 81 really relates to developing the business case, because there clearly has been expenditure already on the White Sands. But I take it this is specifically taking it forward rather than the expenditure, because the expenditure today is blank. So, thanks.
Just before you come in, just remind members that the previous committee, this end of last year, I think it was, wasn't it? There were specifics reported on that, and it was in private session. So can we be careful that we don't move across into which was private business? Okay.
No, because Appendix 1 actually details that, Andy. I'm very careful about, about what I'm saying.
Karen.
Thank you, Chair, through yourself, and thank you, Councillor Johnson. So, yeah, thanks for picking up that typo. We'll ensure that's corrected. We thought we'd managed to find all the errors, but so appreciated. In terms of White Sands flood, yeah, we're working towards Gateway 3 and that sort of full design stage. And the reason there's minimal information in this is because we will be bringing a report to full council in December, just in terms of that. Thank you.
Okay, Malcolm. Yep. Thanks. Paula, Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks, Chair. It's quite interesting that Councillor Johnson's raised that, because I was surprised to find the tennis provisions actually in Locher Ward and all now, which made me wonder about what they're building across from King George V. And then I noticed that, and I should have declared a statement of connection to this. Obviously, I've got a child that goes to Lowerburn, but it's also in Locher Ward, and maybe that's why it's taken as long to progress this forward, is because they can't find it in Locher Ward. So maybe if we could go in that. But again, it says here the project start date for the Academy refurbishment, Lowerburn Primary, is the 1st of February 2022, and I've got a bit of a contention about that, because this has been a long-standing item for a long time, and I know because I've got a 20-year-old, and this project was supposed to have started when he was 5, so it's not 2022, and I imagine there's, what is it, I think, Andy, it's about 50% of Lowerburn Primary come from our ward, and again, it'll be very similar for Dumfries Academy. I imagine many of those parents will be utterly appalled that the expected completion date for this is now 2028, which just seems to be pushing this project further and further into the long grass. And the longer it goes, the more it costs. And it just seems if this had actually been done when it was supposed to be done, it would have been much cheaper. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not sure there's a question in that, Paula, but thanks very much. Councillor Campbell, Dougie.
Thank you, Chair. I've one comment to make and one question. The initial comment is in relation to the discussion we've just had about the Climate, Environment and Biodiversity Subcommittee. So as the Chair, we haven't had a meeting yet, but that's going to be on the 1st of October. And what I've asked for at that committee is a scoping out of all the range of activities that will be covered by the subcommittee moving forward. And I'm conscious that a lot of members who are going to be on that subcommittee will need to be brought up to speed on the activities that we're going to undertake. But I'm hoping in due course that the subcommittee proves invaluable to this committee. My specific question is in relation to 4.39 Solway Coast and Marine Pilot Project. I think this is a great project, and I see that there's work ongoing for the recruitment of 2.5 full-time equivalent staff. Just a clarification, please. Will these be Dumfries and Galloway employees or Solway Partnership employees? And what is the timeline for these new staff to be recruited? Thanks, Chair.
Just a second. Stuart, you want to come in first?
Yep. This certainly the Economic Development Project, the Environment team delivering it. These are council employees, and the recruitment for those staff and the other ones mentioned within 4.39 is currently active. So we're hoping to mobilise and get staff in the autumn. Funding dictates that we are making a start on the project and are well advanced this financial year. So it's imperative we get those staff in place as soon as possible.
Okay with that, Dougie?
Yeah, just a quick clarification on that, please, Stuart. Will these staff be working specifically and entirely within the Marine Pilot Project, or will they be utilised on other projects moving forward?
As they are externally funded, Councillor Campbell, they will be exclusively working within the project.
Okay, thanks, Stuart.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dashford, do you want to come in, and then Sean?
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. Just quickly, 4.51, page 58 on the bus improvements. Just wondering if officers know that in terms of the routes which have now been withdrawn by West Trans, I think there were 3 in my ward, in Ward 1. Are the old bus stops being removed now that the service is no longer there? Thank you.
Karen, can you answer? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dashford. The team are currently doing a review of all bus stops across the region, of which we've got approximately 1,000. If there are any across the region that are no longer required, then we will look to remove those.
Yeah, can I put a good on that? And that will include all the old timetables that were there, because there's some still got old timetables on them.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just to confirm, it's very much work in progress. You know, the team are a small team, and they will work through both the transport team, but also through the Luff project as well, to update timetables as we progress. But that will take you know, a good number of weeks, if not months, and whereby there is old timetables, they will be removed. But again, that will take time. Thank you.
Okay, you okay with that, Ben? Yeah. Okay, thanks. I've got Sean first. And, Linda, you want to come back in again? No. Linda, you want to take it, or is it Sean? Sean, on you go.
Yeah, mine's just a general point on the, and I think it references it with regards to 3.1 to 3.3. This is a new mechanism for reporting to committee. There has been a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of positive improvements. There is still some issues that, you know, that raised. I know that feedback has been taken at the seminar, but it's still very early days with this. So I don't see anything in the report that says, you know, a review period, but it's really just if there's an undertaking maybe to review at the end of the year, because obviously the dashboard is in its very early days and it's being developed. But also this reporting mechanism is a lot different from what we're used to. So it'd be worthwhile actually at some point actually just reviewing probably within 6 months or by the end of the financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Yeah, absolutely. We'll look to review it. I'm keen that we get 2 or 3 cycles of committee through so that we can just test and learn, but then absolutely we'll come back round the groups to get feedback and see how we can improve it from there.
Yeah. Councillor, I'm sorry, just a second. Linda, did you want to speak or not? Yes, thanks. Yeah. So Councillor Dorwood first, then the Vice Chair.
Chair, I haven't spoken yet on this agenda item. Thank you. So, one, I would like to state on record that I have no issues with land grabbing on behalf of Locher Ward. I'm quite up for that. So, long may it continue. That's a joke, by the way. But it might actually enable the inclusion of Heathhill and Locher Briggs into the town boundary. I couldn't resist getting that in. So, two, just a comment before my question, Chair, if you'll allow me. Well done, SCAMP project team. That's a fantastic achievement. I think it's absolutely great. And hopefully the development can lead to the 8 million grant from the National Lottery Heritage Fund. Absolutely fantastic. Well done to these guys and girls. My question is actually about our strategic projects, which include flood protection and a number of initiatives under the Borderlands programme. So I'm referring to 4.5 page 50, 4.17 page 51 and 4.9 on page 50. They're all laudable and will ensure vital infrastructure investment into our region, hopefully. But they're all dependent on significant additional funding from Scottish Government. And that's the glitch that I see coming up. And because the Scottish Fiscal Commission on the 26th of August this year predicted the Scottish Government capital budget, which pays for housing, hospitals, schools, roads, bridges, energy efficiency in buildings, fire stations, flood prevention, will be 2.1 billion short of declared commitments by 2029-30. Despite receiving record funding from Scottish Government, from Westminster Government in last year's block grant of 4.8 billion, which was the highest devolution settlement on record. So this is extremely concerning, and I suppose the deprioritisation of projects will be revealed in the December spending review by Scottish Government. But I think as a council, we need to ensure deprioritisation doesn't hit our already deprioritised region, which is badly crying out for investment. So two questions here. Are we prepared for this risk mitigations? Are we lobbying already for our infrastructure projects, because they are vitally important and have been in train for some time? And are we, administration, batting strongly for Dumfries and Galloway's interests at all, I don't know what they are, but all relevant bodies, to ensure that we are ahead of the curve and hopefully ahead of other local authorities? Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure there was a question. Stuart, can you come in there, yeah?
I can certainly come on in a part of that, Councillor Dorward, because in terms of the growth deal funding around the Borderlands programme, they've been very, very substantive. Conversations over the last year or so with Scottish Government and UK Government, which has resulted in both governments absolutely confirming their commitment to the package of funding that they have declared that we'd be putting into the deal at the outset. And over the course of the last year, we have been working with them really closely to make sure that the profile of that funding and that spend is something that is affordable to them, because they're looking at their own peaks and troughs of funding right across every growth deal across the country. So we've got to a position with them on that. And we've been talking about the Borderlands Reset paper, which is in its final stages of approval at government levels. So from a growth deal perspective, from that economic development aspect of it, I think we have moved through those conversations that are coming out the other side of that with no more money on the table, but the money that they said is there is confirmed as being there. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. And I guess on the wider point of lobbying and making sure we're positioning ourselves, certainly as officers, you'll be aware that we've submitted expressions of interest and the like to the AR growth zones, the armaments, and we continue to work closely with Scottish Government and UK Government to try and ensure that we realise some benefits to the region on some of the significant large-scale opportunities that are there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Tony.
Thank you, Chair. Page 58, Chair, 4.51, the bus improvements, which we've had brought to various committees over last 6 or 7 months. Now, I know it says between 8 and 10, so there's not a figure yet, but I'm going to make an assumption that will depend on price and volume purchase. But it relates also to the multimodal transport hubs which are coming forward. Are these electric buses likely to be stationed in a solitary space, or are they likely to be distributed around the region? And will this type of report be coming to the climate group as well in October? Thank you, Chair.
Karen?
Thank you, Chair. There isn't a report intended to come to the climate group in October, but it is the intention of the team that one would be brought in the future. Now, I think Gordon Bryce might be online, and I might bring Gordon in order to provide a little bit more detail in terms of the locations. Thank you.
Want to go, Gordon?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor. So you're right on your assumption of the 8 to 10, but we're still waiting on the tenders come back in, the prices to finalise the exact number. The buses will be distributed across the region. They won't be based at the transport hubs. However, some of the transport hubs will have some strategic chargers in place to allow the buses to charge when drivers are on a break if it's required in certain areas. But the buses will be based within depots where there'll be overnight charging.
Okay, thank you, Gordon. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. So I'm ready to move to recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.6? Thank you. Move on to item number 9, which is the Kirkcudbright Bridge update. Report by Interim Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure. The purpose of the report is to provide elected members with an update on their current position in relation to Kirkcudbright Bridge, which reopened to cars and light vans on the 2nd of July 2025, following a closure to all vehicles in March. Due to the historic nature and the significant importance of the bridge within the community, a commitment was given to provide an update to this committee in relation to the short, medium and long-term future of the bridge. I've got Karen Brownlee and Duncan MacDonald available to take any questions on the report, along with any other officers as may be required. I have had intimation of an extra recommendation which is with governance. Can we circulate that round at the same time, please, so to save some time, yeah? Yeah, just give us a second to do, yeah. Okay, right, so we're ready to go to questions for officers. I take it you've no further update. Have you further update, Karen?
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. Questions? Dougie?
Thanks, Chair. A question not directly related to the additional recommendation. I just want to say that I'm very grateful for the work of Karen and her team on the reopening of the bridge. There have been some challenges, but they've managed those challenges in a really professional manner. And I'm also very grateful for the ward meetings that we have, and I think everybody benefits from that in terms of representation from ward councillors, chair, vice chair, the leader and officers, senior officers. It's an issue that I raised on Friday at our ward update meeting in relation to paragraph 4.9 and the development of a new bridge. And I just want to say from the outset, I fully appreciate this is a huge project and there's already a lot of work ongoing to start that process, and also the recommendation on the new bridge project being a strategic priority. However, the timescale for that is open-ended, and I know personally that I'm starting to get asked questions now about, well, how long is this going to take? I know it's laid out in the report, the process that will get us there, but for the benefit of this committee and indeed constituents, are you able to give some indication, Karen, of when we're likely to be or have a new bridge in place. I know that'll need to be an approximation, but I think it would be helpful for everyone to understand how long this process will take. And Chair, I'd be grateful if you would bring me in later in the debate regarding the additional recommendation that I'm going to put forward. Thanks, Chair.
No problem, Dougie. I'll do that. Duncan, do you want to come in? Or Karen? Duncan? Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Campbell, for your question. I think as we explained at our briefing in our ward member meeting on Friday, the process is sort of, difficult to define, nail down in terms of the actual end date when a bridge would be delivered. We also explained that we're drawing on comparisons from other major infrastructure projects similar to Kirkcudbright Bridge in terms of timescales, and that indicated quite a few years, and we've been open and honest about that from the start, and that was said to the members of the public at the 2 dropping sessions, and I think there was an acceptance, you know, in the room that they realised that is the case, and it was also being open and honest with you last week when I was explaining about major infrastructure projects do tend to get delayed at times, as we see from other projects, and that would probably be no different to this one. We hope we get a fair wind, but it is very difficult right now to nail a date or a definite timeline for this. The work we're doing just now will pay dividends in moving us forward. So as I explained last week, so Stephen McKerley, who you know, Stephen's been working away on a really valuable piece of work at the moment, which is the main reason was to try and get us forward, move us forward, which I think it will do, but also to try and get us an idea of cost. So we're working hard on that, and that will hopefully give us a springboard to move forward and have some initial options that we can share internally and obviously with members as well, and then look to see where we go from there. And as I say, hopefully that's going to be time well spent now at this very early stage to help us move forward and maybe get that more definitive timeline established. Thank you, Chair.
Does that help, Dougie?
Yeah, it does. It still doesn't, you know, provide a sort of definitive timeline, but I'm sure that Kirkcudbright Bridge will be regularly featuring on the agenda for this committee, so it'll give us the opportunity to sort of update and scrutinise how work is progressing. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dougie. Yes, it will do for the foreseeable future, but then it will transfer to the, after full council later in the year, it will transfer to the normal reporting processes for major projects. Am I correct, Karen? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So recommendation 2.5 within the report is suggesting that if agreed by full council in October, Kirkcudbright Bridge would feature in the public realm, the capital investment report going forward, and it would be a strategic project within that. Thank you.
Okay with that, Dougie? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Blake first and then Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, my sincere best wishes to you and your Vice Chair for your position. I thoroughly enjoyed my 2 years with the body, and I felt we did a lot of good work during that time. I'll also give my promise, I won't give this opportunity of criticising you in your few weeks in office for every maybe a task that's not quite been achieved yet, as previously has happened in the past. So you have my word on that. One thing that I would like to say, however, is I was rather surprised to see the fact that the web page on the Kirkcudbright Bridge had been stopped. There had been no update. It was exactly 2 months today, in fact, was the last saying the bridge is opened, and there's been nothing. We as a group, I think I certainly proposed that this be featured on a weekly, or updates be featured on a weekly basis, and it has not come to committee to actually stop that process. I think it's a very worthwhile thing for the public, and I think Councillor Campbell mentioned the fact that to keep the council up to date, and we've also heard that feature in a kind of strategic term in future reports. I think it's extremely important that we keep the public up to date. There's probably an argument that we don't need to update it weekly, but I think it should still be live and it updated perhaps monthly. There's been, on social media, there's been a lot of complaints or suggestions, I should say, that we only opened it temporarily and we're going to close it in October once the tourists are gone. That gave us the ideal opportunity to reassure the public as far as that's concerned. So I would certainly, I don't know what Councillor Campbell's proposal is, but I would like to make that recommendation that we reinstate the page so that the public have access on it. I know today when I looked at it, I had to go onto the council's website and then dig down to find out where the web page was because it's been removed from the front. And there is in fact text on it to say that any future update will feature as new information or something along that line. And one final thing that I was rather remiss to say, that my sincere congratulations to Mrs Hawken for her marriage during the summer recess. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'll no embarrass her any further, Ian. Thank you. Can you come in? Just on the issue of the comms, that doesn't need a decision from committee here. That just needs, that's an operational decision, isn't it?
Thank you, Chair, through you, and thank you, Councillor Blake. Yeah, it's absolutely an operational decision, and it's part of the work that the team are taking forward. We've got a significant communications plan in and around since we closed the bridge, reopened it, and next steps, and that will develop as we move forward in this project. Just to give Councillor Blake and other members the reassurance, that web page is still live. We just haven't had an update for it, and whilst we did keep it up to date on a almost weekly basis from the point of closure to the point of reopening with restrictions, that's got a little bit quieter. But during our meeting with ward members on Friday, we gave that reassurance that after today we would provide an update, and then our next key milestone will be full council on the 2nd of October, so therefore we will give an update there. We are continuing to put some news out through social media, just in terms of you know, the restrictions on the bridge, and we'll continue to do that. But as I say, the amount of information and news that we have has been limited over the last couple of months, but it is still live. Thank you.
Okay, Ian, I'm with you. I think if the public are in the habit of going to that website for information on it, rather than they'll use Facebook as well, I know that, and other platforms. So I think we should make every effort to actually make sure that's as up to speed as we can be with it. Suggestion would be the outcome of this committee report today might be something significant to go on, and I'm kind of looking at the comms officer who's looking at me now. We can take that on board. Are you quite happy with that if we just go with the officer's assurance we're going to update something?
Yes, that's fine. I think just to make it more visible for the public, as I say, I certainly had to search into it, so I would imagine others may not be able to do that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Sean?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think if you look at 4.8, I think it is unacceptable and it's regretful, you know, about some of the council staff see, you know, abuse, etc., with regards when they're manning this bridge. I mean, I think council have been quick to react and get that bridge opened, albeit with measures in place. We have seen some social media footage, you know, of that being abused, and quite surprising to watch, you know, what they were trying to do to get over that bridge. So I remember back when, I think it was in May, I think when the report came, and we suggested, you know, trying to get permanent CCTV, and I know that's been explored now along with the automatic number plate recognition. So it's really just to seek assurance or support from this council, you know, that we need to do that and get that, because it's unacceptable that people are getting abused just for trying to help get people across the bridge or stop people. It's probably ones that are given the abuse. So the other point I've got is just with regards to 4.14. because at 4.13 we did originally agree a capital budget of 175,000, and it now looks as though we'll spend it by the end of the financial year nearly 600,000. So it's really just maybe a little bit more detail on. I take it that some of the work has been accelerated, which is if that's the case, it's good news. But it's really just a little bit more detail behind that.
No problem. Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Marshall, for your questions. In terms of the limited abuse that staff have suffered, and it is limited, I have to say, I think it's important that the vast majority of the local community have been supportive and are patient in terms of having to negotiate the bridge with the restrictions in place. They're adhering to the restrictions, and they're doing so in a dignified and a respected manner. So you're right, we have been considering the CCTV and the ANPR, and we've got a meeting this afternoon, which I would imagine we're now going to go with a pilot ANPR, because I think the crucial part of this is getting the number plate and getting that back to us from a service who will be able to give us the weight of those vehicles that are the problem vehicles that we can then share with the police. So we have got traffic counters on the bridge. We've had them for a while. So they're basically standard traffic counters which will pick up speed of vehicle, but they also help us classify the vehicles. So we're not seeing anything that's a major concern to us that's getting over the bridge. So I think that it's important to say that the measures that were put in, that the team designed by way of the chicanes, have had the desired effect, so that the main problematic vehicles have been eliminated. The large HGVs, anything down to 7.5 tonne, that's been taken out. What we're talking about now is those that are on the periphery, and some of those are close to the limit in terms of the weight, but because we've had to put a physical constraint on, that excludes them from this, unfortunately, because if we don't keep them off, it allows it for a bigger vehicle. So a vehicle with physical dimensions, it's a problem. So there is that kind of, not a grey area, but there's that margin, that threshold. But we're on the right track, I think. The measures are helping. The police are supportive. We're in dialogue with them just now about one case, so they're following things up, which is good. So I think the NPR will probably help us give us that, if you like, guarantee that we are monitoring it and we know when there's a problem, and crucially we can take the men off. The other question I think was on the cost side of things. Yeah. So yeah, there's quite a few extra things that have come in really since the early setting of the 175 budget, which was done prior to the start of the financial year. So we've got things like the NPR CCTV is now coming in. We've got a fair bit of work on the new bridge itself in terms of the estimate of that, the cost estimate, and the work we're doing now. So we've kind of brought that in, and there's quite a bit involved in that. The actual local road staff who have been working on the bridge, both in getting to this point of reopening the bridge, but also thereafter with the guys on site, their costs, their salaries are effectively not being recovered through their normal streams. So I'm looking to try and cover that as well through this project, because we're taking them away from their day job, doing work for us on this bridge, and they're obviously not recovering what they would be recovering through their normal course of activities. We've got the traffic signal design, permanent design coming through, and the works for that, not insignificant. We've got the independent checker, Amy, who are working away alongside Mark MacDonald, who are our main consultant. There's still work going on in those areas. And there's also an element of land that at this stage we've got a lease agreement we're trying to secure for a piece of land on the Merse side, which is an access point or an egress point from the old creamery site, which is beneficial for turning any vehicle round that shouldn't be there. It gives them a last chance of escape. So it's paying dividends. We see that. It's naturally happened the way it just kind of organically happened. We just if people start to use it, we start to use it as well to let people turn. So it's right and proper that we come to an agreement with the landowner for that. There may be other parts of land of that site that is helpful to us in relation to the bridge. So we're factoring that in as well. And the temporary traffic management, the Class 1 contractor that we engaged, that was over quite an extended period, a lot longer than we kind of anticipated. So the cost for the traffic management on the local roads and the trunk road network, it's probably kind of caught us out a bit. So there's quite a few different streams of activity that's got a cost against it. hopefully that gives a flavour of it, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Sean? Yeah, thank you. I've got two speakers left. I've got Jackie McCammon, Councillor McCammon, and then Councillor McFarlane. So Jackie first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have one suggestion and one question, please. Suggestion is off the back of Councillor Blake's comment on the comms website page, and I know we've elaborated to what the whys and the whens and the whats, but I appreciate that we're at a stage at the minute where there is no update, as Karen quite rightly pointed out. However, there is a vacuum that's being filled in terms of hearsay and stuff like Councillor Blake mentioned. So it may be worth just addressing, not an FAQ as such, but addressing some of the frequently reported allegations, if you like, on there, and just putting them right on there. It's just a suggestion. My second, my question is regarding the boys at either end, or the council staff at either end of the bridge. As a frequent user of the bridge, I do often see that the guys have visitors, shall we say, sat with them in our vans. And whilst I have no issue with that in terms of these guys must be sometimes off their heads some days because they're sat there all day long, if you like. But I just wondered what, in terms of health and safety, are we covered for anything that may happen? So, you know, a drastic example, but heaven forbid a car, you know, hits our van, for example. What is what position are we in there if we do have people sat with the council staff? And again, I have no problem with that, because I completely, appreciate it'll be a long day for them, and they'll need some interaction. So that, I just wondered if we're covered in that sense, please. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, through yourself. Thank you, Councillor McCammon. I'll pick up the first point first, just in terms of your suggestion in relation to comms. So there is already some frequently asked questions on the web page, but happy to, in conjunction with comms colleagues, to look at that and expand that a little bit. As I commented earlier, it is our intention to update and provide, an update through social media and other platforms, including the web page, following today, and then following full council in October. So appreciate your comments there. Just in terms of the staffing element, happy to pick that up offline, I think, and just so members are aware, for a brief couple of weeks period, in order to try and allow us to get the roads operatives back to the role that they were doing, we removed them from their duties and we brought in a traffic management company to do that role. Now that didn't work, and they were sitting in their vehicles and had passengers sitting in with them. So I'm not sure if it's one and the same, or if indeed it's council staff that we're referring to here. So happy to pick that up offline, Councillor McCammon. Certainly from my perspective, the council staff and contractors, but council staff are there to do a job. There's very much public perception involved with that. Appreciate that has been difficult, but as I say, happy to pick up any challenges in relation to that. It's also worthwhile just confirming to members of committee that as of this Friday we will be removing the operatives from the bridge. We're now by the busy period during the holiday time, and as Duncan explained earlier, we're looking to to put some digital solutions fairly quickly on the bridge to cover that aspect. Thank you.
You okay, Jackie?
Yes, no, I'm not sure why we need to take it offline, but happy to do that. But I think the committee needs to know if we are, covered by that, because it is council staff that I'm referring to. But yeah, I'll take it offline, and if need be, the committee will be made aware.
Yeah, okay. Karen, do you want to come back in?
Thanks, Chair. So just to clarify, non-council staff should not be in our vehicles, and if that is happening, then are required to investigate that internally. So therefore, they would not be covered through the council's insurance. So just to clarify that and be clear. Thank you.
Okay, I've got two left. I've got Andy McFarlane, and then I've got I said I would let Dougie back in at the end and Andy Mack in at the same time about the extra recommendation. Andy, do you want to go first to your point? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd really like to firstly support the comments of Councillor Campbell at the start of this this item. Just to say the work that the team have done has been tremendous, really supportive of it, particularly on the evening of the tattoo, where I believe the staff worked till about 11 o'clock at night to make sure that the additional traffic that was in the area was cleared safely, and they managed that very, very well. So commendation to them. Really what I want to flag up is how important and how significant the bridge has been to the communities, both sides of it. And I think it's significant that there has been incident whereby, unfortunately, we've had people who have been contravening the regulations that are in place. I continue to get a lot of comments and complaints from the communities, both sides of the bridge, because they see this as a vital link to the rest of the area. And I think that it's really, really important. And what I need is the reassurance that, you know, whatever happens between now and a replacement bridge being put in place, should that be the case, that we will commit as a council to do whatever it takes to keep that bridge open. And if that means alternative roadworks or infrastructure, that we will look to do that as best we can within the available budget. So it's really just seeking that commitment that we will continue to work hard and fight hard to keep this open, because as has already been mentioned, it has previously been alluded to the fact that we were only opening the bridge for the tourists for this season and then we'd close it. We really need to sort of send that out to the community to make sure that they understand that we're in this for the long haul and that we're going to do what we can to provide them with a new bridge. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm not sure. Karen, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Obviously, you know, I'm aware of the discussions that have gone on, you know, across the community in terms of, you know, on the opening for the season. That's not the case. You know, we have put in place through Duncan and his team particularly have worked very hard in order to reopen the bridge with the restrictions. However, what I would say is it's really important that the local community and visitors alike adhere to those restrictions, and we're obviously aware of you know, some of the issues that we've been finding. In essence, you know, the setup of the bridge now, you know, the 3-ton limit, the height the length restriction, etc., should be self-enforcing. So therefore, you know, the bridge, if the restrictions are adhered to, should be there, you know, and continue to be opened until we get a new bridge in place, if that is indeed what members agree in December, for us to progress in that matter. But we'll, as a team, we will certainly do everything that we possibly can in order to continue to maintain it as it currently is. Thank you.
Okay, Andy. Yeah, thanks. Just to add, picking up what Sean and the two ward councillors have already said about the staff. Was it just the staff? Actually, I was there when elected members got abuse. Getting abuse shouted at motors and everything else. Aye, you're right, Sean. We're big boys and we're supposed to take it, but no, it's the same. It's the same problem. So I'm really pleased to see that we've done what we've done. And I think before I let Dougie and Andy back in about this extra recommendation, I actually need to say the 3 ward councillors, or the ward councillors in particular, have been very, very good and very supportive all through this process. Okay, so it's a thank you to them from the chair here. Dougie, I'm going to bring you back in now. I think everybody has seen your extra recommendation. It's been shared, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been emailed to everyone that's on the screen now. Okay.
So we've all had a chance to look at it as we've been going along here. Is there anybody got any objection to that being added as an extra recommendation? No. Okay. Given that my wee note here says lunch is here, and we'll now have a short recess to think about that one. We'll move it on. So we'll move to recommendations. So are we happy to note 2.1 to 2.5 and accept the 2.6, the extra recommendations from Dougie and Andy? Dougie, you did say you want to speak on this. Do you want to come in just for a minute?
Yeah, if I can, please, Chair. Thank you very much. It's just to provide a wee bit of context for members and I suppose for the benefit of the public who might be listening in. Ward members were contacted by numerous businesses during the closure of the bridge, perhaps less so during the new restrictions that are in place. And I alluded earlier to the fact that it's going to be a significant number of years before we have a new bridge. And, you know, I've been asked questions around, well, what happens if the current bridge closes again? And I'm very much aware that Business Gateway have been supporting local businesses, but at this point in time, we don't know what the economic impact has been on Kirkcudbright. And the sort of genesis of the recommendation, therefore, is to carry out a review of that impact so that we can understand and, if possible, through SOS, Scottish Government, Council, mitigate any negative impacts over the coming years. And what I would suggest, Chair, is that in terms of scoping out what that review looks like, I think it would be helpful to perhaps discuss that at Leaders Panel or indeed ward members' monthly meetings. So that's why I've proposed the motion that has been tabled. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Dougie. Andy, do you want to add anything to that? You want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, I think Councillor Campbell's motion really does sort of sum it up. We really need to get a handle on what impact the bridge has had and what the potential impact would be if it were to close again. You know, to understand that we're going to come forward and ask this council to invest in a new bridge. And we have to understand that if we don't do that, what the consequences of that might be. So for me, what it does is it supports our way going forward to try and evidence the fact that a bridge is essential to this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Lisa?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, more than happy with the recommendation. Happy to go away for us to scope it out. We may well need to bring in some specialist support to undertake that, but we'll work with the Economic Development team to sort of consider and scope it. And more than happy to bring it back to the ward member meetings for input as we progress it.
Okay, so we're happy to recommend to accept recommendation 2.6. So that's 2.1 to 2.5. Sean?
No, just Chair and check. Just checking, Chair. Just with regards to, because you made a statement at full council about the workload of this committee, so this is an additional item that...
I've had the discussion with Lisa. I'll let her come in here just now, but it was, for me, it's part of the public realm, how we look at the whole project to take forward. The bridge is part of it, but we'll also, and I want to take thunder away from the officers, but there's also obviously public realm stuff about the approaches to the bridge and that kind of stuff will need to be taken into account, and it will be part of the crucial information required for that as it goes forward.
Yeah, just quickly come back. So, because it's specifically asking for an economic impact, so is that something that normally done?
Lisa?
It isn't something that we would normally do as part of a significant capital project unless the investment was to evidence that it was going to have an economic impact. So the intention, because you are right, there are some challenges in terms of capacity of the directorate. So the conversation I'd had with the chair is that we would look to bring a scope of this back to possibly February or April's committee with the resources required for us to undertake the work and the potential costs involved, and then the members will be able to make a decision on the progress and the scope and scale of it from there, but happy to work with the ward members to get that to a point of sort of a final proposal. Okay, with that in mind then, so are we happy to agree the recommendation 2.6? Okay. So as I say, lunch is here, very apt because we're just about to discuss the school meals food sustainability programme. So it's what, just about is it 1:45 now? We'll come back, what, at 1:15 the hour? Okay. Okay with everyone? Yeah, thank you.
Nudge, Abby. Yes, just when you're ready. Thank you. So are we live now? Yeah, thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. So we're going on to item number 10, School Meals Food Sustainability Plan, naturally Dumfries and Galloway, report by Interim Head of Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services. The report provides members with an update on facility services approach to their sustainable school meals plan, naturally Dumfries and Galloway, more than just food. I'm going to hand you across to Alan Mawson just now. Alan, is there anything you'd like to add at this moment in time?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a couple of things if I possibly could. It's just for members to note. First, apology from me. There's a bit of inconsistency in the recommendations compared to 3.1. So there's an error within the recommendations where it notes, where it's asking to note Dumfries and Galloway Sustainable School Meals Plan at paragraph 3.1. This should read: the report asks members to agree the naturally Dumfries and Galloway Sustainable School Meals Plan. So at item 3, it's got agreeing, but within the recommendations, it's got note. So, Chair, through yourself, just to ask to agree that that's noted as an agree rather than a note. And also, just to make members aware that with the greatest will, we tried to get what we'd seen as the final copy of the plan to you before print. We're just short of some of the graphics that's within that, and you'll probably take note of that, members. But we have now completed that, and it's ready to be distributed once the committee's over, so we can do that. There's one error that may be noted that was part of the change, and that's in page 142 that mentions the DRS. Sorry, 2 seconds. Pull it up just for full clarity for yourself. So the deposit return scheme's mentioned within there, and that will not be performed part of it just due to the fact that we haven't got confirmation from the Scottish Government when that will be delivered. So apologies for yourself, but we did endeavour to get that final copy, but it will be distributed directly after committee. Thanks, Chair, for yourself.
Thanks, Alan. I think it's a joint admission. I'll take some of the blame, or most of the blame, I should say. Right, have we any questions on this? Oh, there are hands everywhere. This time I'm going to go left to right. Okay, Councillor Hagman first.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. It's one that I'm acutely interested in, having brought various notices of motions to Council that actually cover quite a lot of these areas. So my first comment really is in regards to page 128. It references the Good Food Nation. And is published by Scottish Government as part of the Good Food Plan. And I'll read a quote here. There's a close link between climate change, the food we produce and the food we eat, and food production is likely to be impacted by changes in our climate. I'm aware that I think yourself, Alan, does sit on the D&G Food Sustainability Partnership, and obviously we've got a report further about formally recognising that as part of an outside body, but I appreciate that officers already sit as part of that partnership. I just wonder whether we should note that, or whether we could note the ongoing work with suppliers to further develop products, along with the work of the D&G Food Sustainability Partnership. So that's an ask to update the recommendation, and I can send that wording to Claire if helpful. The second point I was going to raise was about some of the formatting that has maybe been covered. We don't have an email address on there, but hopefully that's been captured. But there's also no date on there, so this isn't dated, and there's no note of when it would be reviewed or if it's being ongoing reviewed. And actually, would it go to potentially the Climate Subcommittee as part of procurement, sustainability, climate action? You know, all these aspects get linked in. And equally in there, it does also talk about the reduction of single-use plastics. I think it was one of my very first notices of motions that I brought to Council in 2018. And we developed a single-use plastic strategy in 2018. But again, that's never been reviewed, it's never been taken forward, and perhaps as part of this plan, again, perhaps through the Climate Committee that could be reviewed, but I'd be interested to know what has happened in terms of our regional strategy on that one. And my final question is in regards to school meal debt. Again, when in opposition, the SNP group brought forward a notice of motion looking at school meal debt, and I'm just wondering, where are we with that? Because obviously this is about sustainability. of school meals. We've got about the uptake of free school meals, of which let's have an ambition to increase that even more. But what's the situation with school meal debt? Are you able to update us at all? Thank you.
Alan?
Yep, through yourself, Chair. I think, try to get through that list and correct me if I miss any out, Councillor Hagman. I think the Good Food Nation element, while I'm doing the interim position, we've got other officers sitting in that group that sit with the sustainable school, the sustainable D&G group that sits within there, and yes, we'll be inputting into that Good Food Nation action plan as well as an element of it. I agree with the recommendation. I think for myself, happy for that to be considered through the Chair. For where we are with that. Happy, we'll pick up on the email, I'm sure, hopefully that we've covered that one. And as far as the date's concerned, I think for our side, and happy to take the committee's view, is that it's a live document and we see it constantly being updated as a plan rather than a strategy. Hence the reason why there was no review date on that. We see this being an annual overview of what we've got, just with the moving targets that we've got with school meals, but happy if there's a need for that through the committee to put a formal review date on that if you feel it's helpful. Climate Subcommittee, happy to take guidance on that again. I think happy if they want to feed that through. I think what we've tried to do with the plan is look at that overarching approach that meets what we see as the council principles, and certainly for an element where we've developed it is it's a holistic approach round about many elements of sustainability, and climate's one of them. So happy to take guidance on that rather than making firm it's the right place for me to make that on there. The single-use plastic strategy, unfortunately, doesn't sit with myself. So that was a procurement-led strategy that's got, but happy to feed back and take guidance for procurement on that if they think that if that's worth a review. We certainly had a significant input in that. We've certainly come on significantly since that was written. We'd make a guess at least 6 years ago, I think probably would be where we were with that. And I think from our own perspective, we're certainly delivering on what we see as the removal of single-use plastics within the school meals service as well. Worth taking note, I think, for the bigger picture in the report is that, and Councillor Hagman, you're aware, we normally report to the Education Committee through this. I think this transition is that we're going to bring this to this committee now and report through here. So we thought it was worthwhile, whilst we were coming forward with the naturally D&G plan, that we would start to give a flavour of the school meals service within this committee boundaries that we've got. And certainly moving forward, we would, on an annual basis, we'll be coming to this committee with that performance report rather than the Education Committee. And as such, it'll be comprehensive and it'll cover many elements. One of them will be inclusive of the school meal debt. But just for the reference of the question that's asked, is that the last year, and we run that from school calendar year, roughly £10,000 was the school debt, predominantly over 95% of that was accumulated through primary schools, which is, as we'll be aware through the committee, that predominantly that's just P6 and P7s because the rest of the schools are free, so quite a significant number. We did last year get Scottish Government funding for that, and it runs retrospectively, so we'll be applying for that this year again, and the application for that £10,000 coming back in, but certainly through that probably performance report. It's normally depending on when the statistics come in, normally about November, December time. We'll certainly provide all that detail round about the multiple elements, including the school meals debt, as far as them reports is concerned. On the next tranche of that may be January, based on, it's worthwhile noting that the census data information for school meals now has been stopped for the Scottish Government for school meals. And we're working with some of the national groups to assess how we think we can deliver what we'd see as a Scottish performance-based approach. So it may very well be we don't meet that target December this year, but more like a January performance report coming out of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful and a really full response, so thank you, Alan. I think it was Councillor Little that spoke to the school meal debt, and I know she was praising our staff because it meant that no child was going hungry. And I think that's something that we really need to take forward. But I look forward to that report coming back. I think in terms of formally reviewing the policy, I don't know whether that maybe sits with enabling customer service in terms of our overall governance of how we review all our policies going forward, because we should have regular check-ins. So I'll maybe leave that with yourself, Chair, as to how that gets fed into the system, because, as you know, it's been said before, we have strategies, we have policies, they go on the shelf and then nobody ever looks at them again sometimes, or at least that's the perception, and I know that's not always the case. So if that could be taken forward maybe as an action out with the committee, I don't think we need to do that formally, and I've sent Claire a form of words which is just simply to recognise the D&G Sustainable Food Partnership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of things. This subcommittee that's been recently formed, Dougie Campbell is going to be chairing. It seems everything's going to it, but it'll be their prerogative to actually see what they want, and they'll ask for what they need. And I think that's an evolving process, isn't it? So, well, let's see how that plays out over the coming months and that, how it takes it forward. So, in my list I've got here, I've got Councillor Dashbar, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Wilson, and then Councillor Dorward. That's it, I think, at this moment in time. Okay, so Ben?
Thanks. Just a request for clarity to start off with. For what page 153, Appendix 2 is our catering procurement strategy, and 4.8 says that this has been refreshed, and this is a new strategy. But if you look at the dates on Appendix 2, it says it was created in October 2022, and some of the other dates in the appendix do seem historical for the most part. So I'm just wondering, has this not been in front of elected members since 2022, or how new is this? Thank you.
It possibly isn't, because I don't know how long the contract was for. Alan, can you help us?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, through yourself, Chair. So I think what we were keen to do was make sure that we brought the contract strategy document, which is accurate in the timelines that it's got. That was written in preparation of the contracts being re-awarded, which took place over predominantly 23-24 and some of it this year 25. What we were keen to do was, because it's a national perspective, Councillor Dashfart, is that predominantly most of the authorities really struggle with local procurement due to their catering strategies that they've got. We were keen when we developed this, and we were looking at what we're going to be looking at putting what we've seen as a unique plan together for the school meal service, that we had to focus on the contract strategy document first to make sure that we were within our legalities round about what we're doing with our significant local purchases. So I guess, yes, the date of that, this will get reviewed when the contracts are now ready for going for a refresh, which is predominantly, some of them are 2+1, some of them are 2+2. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we made sure that we had the contract strategy document in place, and we've been building the plan in behind that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of page 126 again, 4.7 mentions the Scottish Government funded Food for Life FFL initiative, mentions that the council has been in dialogue with them, with both sides learning from each other. And my understanding is that it's a school meals and public catering accreditation award. There's 16 local authorities in Scotland who have the accreditation. Can I just ask about the conversations referenced here and how that dialogue's going? Thank you.
Yep, through yourself, Chair. So a really interesting one, and I think when later within the report we get Professor Brennan that makes comment on that, and we'll tie them two things together. So we had significant engagement with the Food for Life bronze, silver and gold awards scheme, and when we met with them, Councillor Dashfart, it became very apparent to us that the criteria that we had, albeit we were surpassing some of the criteria they had, we did not meet some of the other criteria that was within that, which actually would have placed us somewhere within bronze, an award scheme on the back of that. However, we would have had to have thrown some of our principles that you see within the plan aside to meet that bronze criteria, and we went into dialogue with them and with support of the Scottish Government at that time. It was very much round about what they seen was actually what we were delivering through our plan was actually superseded the gold awards within what was seen as sustainability and local procurement. So we've been working in conjunction with Food for Life around about where is the common ground for us to be part of that plan. And one of the areas, just as an area that for conversation, is that when you look at the boundaries that we sit within D&G and local to us is geographical and food miles, the Food for Life doesn't take out the concept of us being in the border and procuring anything from across in Carlisle, i.e. our meat contract as an example. we would have scored higher points if we had been pulling Scottish meat from the Highlands. And I think we can agree that that probably for ourselves, we see the geographical spread of Dumfries and Galloway being critical to what we see as sustainability rather than the criteria that they set. So we're ongoing with that, with the view of where we are with that. I think also nationally it's worth taking note that the Food for Life award, we've seen significant authorities dropping out of it because of the restrictions that sit in behind it. So the numbers are diminishing from that, plus the fee. I know it's supported by the Scottish Government to a certain element of funding, but there is a cost associated with what we would need to do, and it's worthwhile taking note within the report. It also highlights some of the funneling down that we've got with products around about the restrictions in nutrition bill legislation. The Food for Life would funnel us down further restrictions or food products that would be available to us, and with the significant food cost elements that we see expanding, I think over the last 4 years of £500,000 has been the additional cost associated with food inflation, then that will be another option for us to consider when we're looking at numbers of school meals being uptaken. There's no evidence for the Food for Life that it increases school meal numbers, and I think our performance report evidence is that we're sitting in a really strong position with that. Hopefully that helps answer that. Thank you.
No, it does, thank you. And through you, Chair, if maybe we could get Alan's comments and a full sort of assessment in terms of the criteria and going forward, which ones we're not meeting, maybe just over email for members of the committee and around learning for posterity. Thanks.
Okay, we'll take that as an action, okay. Okay, so I move to Sean.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, on the face of it, this report, very encouraging. It's a good report. I know, you know, it's taken a long time. It's been steady increase and improvement. And certainly it must be about 10 years ago when I was chair of DG First. And I remember Alan at the time was heading up, trying to establish the naturally D&G brand. And that's been hard work, but persistence, you know, I think it's increased the local produce. But not only that as well, I think we've looked at the overall menus within, you know, the school meals, and also the makeovers and canteens and catering facilities, you know, trying to attract more pupil uptake. So we're heading in the right direction from the stats. I know that on the primary school ones, I mean, if you look at the free meals uptake, you know, way up above the Scottish average, and, you know, we're sitting fourth over the, you know, in 2024. Gives the stats also as well on table 2 on page 129 for the pupils who take a meal paid and free, and that is increasing as well. I just wonder how is there benchmarking against where we are with other local authorities on that, and I think the same applies to the secondary schools as well. The one thing I'd like to ask on the free meals uptake, we're above the Scottish average, so the table 3 at the top of page 130, Scottish average uptake is 62.7%, but we are 63.7%, but it states that we are 23rd out of 32 local authorities. I'm just wondering how that is, how that starts like that. It would suggest, you know, if we're above the average, would be probably in the first 16 onwards in that.
Through yourself, Chair, I think so. I think the main topic of conversation I think we've got there is, yeah, we can provide stats on all of them family groups that we've got. It's league tabled in the 32 authorities, Councillor Marshall. That's not a problem. And once again, you know, when we come back to that performance report, December or January, we'll make sure that that's the case. You'll see a bit more detail on that as we've done in the past. We raised table 3 because I think it's worth commenting on round about that. We're not happy where we are. We're within that, what you see is the free school meal element that we've got within secondary schools, and school meals within secondary schools nationally are more challenging than primary for obvious reasons, without getting into the debate today in the back of that. But I think for where we are, we've identified that, and one of the elements that we've highlighted on there is the digital transactions at 4.2 within the committee report. So that was our findings from period of time we undertook surveys with the kids or the pupils and some of the parents within secondary schools, that it seemed to be the old antiquated system that we had was a barrier to the free school meals. Now we can see within the pilot that we've run at Moffat that's later on in the report, we're starting to see a bit of a turnaround in that. The transaction system that we've got in now is the first in Scotland. We developed that in conjunction with a company called CRB, which allows the free school meal card, as it used to be, turned into a QR code and is now downloaded onto your phone. If so, there's still the old styled opportunities to still do that, so we didn't remove or isolate anybody that didn't have any digital technology that could do that, so we've kept all the older systems in part as well. But that transaction system has the opportunity potentially, in the early indications that it can show some growth within, certainly within the free school meals, which was predominantly based around about protecting that anonymity of the free school meal participant that's in the school, along with what we can see probably a more positive growth pattern is that we now offer Apple Pay and Google Pay, and we were first in Scotland to do that within a school environment. And that's starting to show some significant growth within the paid customer. However, we've still got significant challenges, and we have done so much work on an individual secondary school basis to try and identify why the free school meal kids, children, are not up using their allowance as we would see it. And we're working with each individual school on that. We've produced league tables on that on a monthly basis and share them with the schools, and that's been quite a healthy approach. So, schools are competitive enough to identify that, and we've come up with a strategy round about trying to identify, well, the school can identify who them kids are, and then we've got a communications plan that's going direct to the parents and making them aware about them engaging with us, and they've got this allowance. So it's a real challenge, I think, for us in the secondary schools, but certainly the new transaction system should go a long way to supporting that. We've also, this year, we'll be launching through a new marketing post that we've got through the comms team, and we'll be launching a very focused approach around about targeting free school meals and how we think we can increase them numbers as well, so we can start to see us moving up that league table. One positive note to add that's worth a piece of value is that if you look at how we're performing within our secondary school pay and freed, our uptake is significantly high within our paid customer, which proves to us, after some evidence and business intelligence workings, that the model and the menus that we've got work really well. We just haven't managed to isolate, as it sits at the moment, why we see the numbers of free school meals not being reflective of the rest of the uptakes that we've got. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Sean.
Just with regard to that one, with the 62.7% being the Scottish average, and if we're above that, I can't understand how we're still 23rd. So is it because there's some really high numbers and some low numbers, so the average, it's just on the school, on the different local authorities?
Rather than try and explain it, we can send round the league table, and I'll give you that evidence of how that's worked out. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Is that you, Sean? Yeah. So I've got Councillor Wilson, Councillor Dorward, Councillor McFarlane. Just quickly before we move on, Alan, I noticed in the list at 414 Pioneer Foods, and you said something about it because you were accessing food from there, that kind of put the score down for the Scottish scoring. It's a kind of simple way of putting it. But is there a way we can ask, because I know that Pioneer buy in from both Carlisle and Longtown markets, where Scottish lamb and beef and pork are sold. So is there a way through procurement we can actually say to them, can you tell us the source? Is that possible?
The short answer is no, Chair. I think so. It's the accreditation system in England is different for Scotland, and the Food for Life don't recognise English accreditation.
Okay, that's for another place, I think. Okay, sorry, Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry, I've got a sore throat today, but it's just kind of following on for Councillor Marshall actually, and looking at the uptake of meals paid and free. And I remember at the budget set in time, there was a template came forward to try and increase the uptake. And I'm just wondering what work has been, because it does say that for the work needs to be done, what work has been done to increase the uptake? And do we have capacity in like our kitchen and dining rooms, particularly in secondary school, if the uptake has increased? And just maybe some feedback, because everybody knows I've got a number of children still at school, but my niece actually started secondary school the other week and said that the best thing about secondary school is school lunches. So some good feedback for you there. Thank you.
Is that a recommendation? Yeah.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks for that. It's always positive. Good to get some positive feedback, Councillor Wilson. I think so. A power of work that goes on. I think the team have a dedicated team plan around about what they try and increase 2% growth every year within what we've got in that. And I think we've highlighted some of that through Councillor Marshall, which is certainly in the secondary school, the digital transactions is critical to that. We're getting significant feedback, and we're imploring maybe an opportunity to go and have a look at that, to see the system in play. It's certainly speeded up the queues, which is one of the biggest challenges we've got within secondary. And I think that's the area of what we're working with secondary schools head teachers at the moment is how do we allow flexibility within the dining space that you know, and always maintain on a wet day. It's really difficult to meet the capacity issues that we've got. And Lockerbie just is one example that we're working with at the moment, and has a long-standing history of split lunches, isn't it? We're using that as a best model round about how to expand and making the environment more appetising for the kids, excusing the pun. If you look at Stranraer Academy as the opposing side of that, you know, built a school that's built with over 1,000 pupils with a dining room capacity of 280. It's really challenging for us. So I think split lunches is where we were with that, and you make good reference to potentially what we looked at last year as far as looking at split lunches and retention or pupils being in schools, which we've got some good examples across 3 or 4 across the region that do split lunches, and it works really well. Linking that into the capacity of the dining rooms, we've invested heavily for a period of time in kitchens and putting what we see as more on equipment in away from tabletop ovens into combi ovens that allow them a quicker turnaround about food products and stuff. So we know through the expansion of the universal free school meals on the primary side, we know how to meet that escalating numbers and pressures we've got within the environment. And if you get a split lunch provision, then you've got a piece of time in between that. So I think the team, as I say, a dedicated team plan to increasing school meal numbers, and we can see that through the years of the growth that we've got. It works well. We're getting to the areas that certainly we know that we can now focus on free school meals in secondary and start to move us up the league table of where we are with that, and that's where the focus will be for the next 12 months. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Caroline, yeah. Okay, thanks. Councillor Dorward. Linda.
Thanks, Chair. Alan, obviously this has been something very close to your heart, you can tell, and well done. I think where we are with the Sustainable School Meals Plan it's fantastic. What a great initiative, and totally understand why, you know, we will not always make the criteria for the awarding body, but we stick to our own groove and keep going that way because it's the best for the children and the region and the suppliers in the region. So well done on that one as well. I think we have to actually emphasise that. It isn't all about awards, it's about doing what's right for Dumfries and Galloway. So that's brilliant. Regarding local providence and support for local businesses, absolutely fantastic. You did mention the issue on page 142 and the deposit return scheme. I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to mention it, unsurprisingly. But it's a massive failure of policy, and it potentially will cost the taxpayer 170 million. Not your issue, I'm just mentioning it, unsurprisingly. But another issue I want to take up on is 4.21 universal free school meals provision, which is a bit of a misnomer because they're not universally free at the moment, and we're still waiting for primary 6 and primary 7 funding. It's a bit of a historical thing around here, so you know, I think we've been waiting since the beginning of the new Parliament, and now the Scottish Government are saying that they may be rolled out at the end of the parliamentary session, which is 2026, May 2026, as we all know. So from that perspective, you know, not having provision of free school meal, having it to primary 5 and not having it can be stigmatising for children, can be stigmatising because they then recognise that somebody's getting it and somebody isn't, so that's about poverty. But it's also about tackling neglect and abuse, which isn't perhaps as obvious for our school children. So just wondering if you have any guarantees, any information about the guarantee of that happening when Scottish Government say it will happen for at least our primary 6 and 7 pupils. Thank you.
Yeah, through yourself, Chair. I think so. Interesting deposit return scheme, because in the interim position I've got closer to that now with the waste service and where we are with that, and we think we're well versed with the view that that looks like we're going to replicate the Welsh model, which will be everything but glass, I think, is where we go with that. And that looks like the timelines are going to be confirmed over the next few months of what that looks like. And that will supersede what we do within the school meals element and that, because it was, certainly would have been a challenging environment for us based on the criteria that was there before, around about vending machines and return the bottles. So we look forward to that, because it'll certainly add to what we see as the removal of plastics that we've got. So we'll probably be able to offer some form of update on that through the other lens, which is a waste reports coming at this committee roughly November time, if that's okay. Universal free school meals, yeah, I think it's been a challenging period for school meal services across Scotland, round about waiting for that to come in, because we've now got, worthwhile noting is, we've got the universal free school meals to P185, Scottish Government, then we had to put business cases forward round about the capital spend and potential revenue implications of that. We then seen a change towards the full implementation to the Scottish Child Payment element that's now went live in February last year. And I think within the report we mentioned in there, initially it looked like there's about 9, we thought the Scottish Government figures, well, there were roughly about 900 kids eligible for that in Dumfries and Galloway. We now confirmed that we've signed up just recently up to about 500 and something within that, so a really good positive move for us. However, still leaves a number within that 6 and 7 that's not there. The area that seems to have difficulty is that when the capital bids went forward for all the 32 authorities around about the implementation of universal free school meals in its entirety, is that there wasn't enough capital money available collectively for the Scottish Government to implement some of the asks from some local authorities. I hasten to add, that wasn't us. We've secured, as you can see within there, we secured a comprehensive and what was seen as a reflective ask, and we secured third in Scotland and the highest payout so far in that. They have released some of the capital funding that's allowed the SCP, Scottish Child Payment funding, to come forward. That the next phase, there's a group of authorities will not implement any further until the full capital funding has been released, and that is a significant number that's not available to the Scottish Government yet. I think where we are with that now is the success numbers around about SCP, Scottish Child Payment numbers, if implemented, and them uptake percentages are then reflective of what the business cases were across the rest of the 32 authorities, then the Scottish Government will need to release the capital. But if they're not reflective of that, then I think we'll see a challenge coming back about a lesser capital funding. I think there is an appetite, excuse the pun again, around about the Scottish Government to get the 6 and 7 across the line, and I think there is for all local authorities. However, the capital funding seems to be the sticking spot at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Linda. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Alan. Just take you back to table 3 on page 130 and the uptake of free school meals in secondaries. And I'm wondering, I mean, it's been quite some years since I was at primary school and secondary school. I did get free school meals, and there was a bit of stigma around that in the process and how you actually went about it. So I wonder if you could help me understand what the process is and how we differentiate between children who pay for school meals and people who get free school meals to ensure that there's no stigma attached to that. Thanks.
Through yourself, Chair. So, yeah, I think historically, for better words, there was a card, so it's a Young Scot card, and it's still predominantly the same for all kids, no, just free school meals. So we have a system in place, CRB system, it's a school meals system that we ask all pupils through their parents to apply for. It means that they can top up a card and pay for meals. But hidden behind that is an automatic top up for them that's got free school meals and anonymity protection round about what that is. Obviously, what we looked at when we looked through that lens round about, not just a paid uptake, because behind that you can still have a PIN number during the day, or you can still pay in cash. So we're one of the few authorities that brought back cash after a lot of authorities went down the road of just the Young Scot card. If you look at their potential numbers, there's no many have stuck with that, but them that have, you'll see significant challenges around about uptaking that unless they keep the kids in school all the time, which is, I think there's only one authority that does that. So the anonymity, the kids who got that stigma that we used to get in the old school meal ticket that was removed through that Young Scot card application that we've got. We've went a step further with that with the transaction system now, and that is that we've looked at, if you go up to pay with your phone as an example, on the back of that you can pay with Google Pay, Apple Pay, you just scan across the reader. If you've got free school meal, just scan across the reader too, and it automatically just works through that. So that's a significant, and that's getting looked at from a lot of national perspectives is around about Scotland, about, well, this is interesting, because it's actually moved to another level of anonymity. So that protection factor, how does that work? That works through the lens that the same as it would be when we look at P7's transition into S1s, and there's been a huge effort on that in the last 2 years. That is that all parents get sent out what we'd see as the cashless card system. So sign up to this, you can monitor your kids, you top up, you can top up. But if you're a few school meals, it's an automatic top up. But if you can still top up through cash if you want to top that up additionally on top of that. So anonymity is completely abolished, I think, from where we are, where we used to be in the back of that. And once again, it's maybe worthwhile, if you reach out, happy to take you out and have a look at that system that's in place, because it's quite interesting. I know the last chair and vice chair that did that got quite a lot for that visit, so happy to do that and see how that anonymity works within the school meals element, and maybe put you through some to show you how the system actually operates would be helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Any more questions? I don't think so. I don't see anybody coming in. I'm getting ready to move to recommendations. Abby, can we put up that? Thank you. So, are we happy to agree? That's 1. Then 2, note the ongoing work as amended there on the screen. And then note the school meals performance in the paragraphs 419.2 to 419.5. We happy to note all 3 with that amendment? Thank you very much. We'll move on to item, thanks very much, Alan. We'll move on to item 11, Strategic Housing Investment Plan. The report seeks member agreement to the annual submission of the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan to the Scottish Government. It also provides an opportunity to consider the inclusion of new development projects and confirms the funding available from the Scottish Government Affordable Housing Supply Programme, or AHSP, to support affordable housing construction within the Dumfries and Galloway during 25-26. I've got Jamie Little in here with to answer questions specifically, and Stuart obviously there as well. So is there anything to add to the report at this stage?
Thanks, Chair. No, nothing to add at the moment.
Okay then, so we'll go straight to questions then. Paula?
Thank you, Chair. It will come as absolutely no surprise regarding Osborne Drive. And I suppose I'm seeking guarantees from the community. This has probably been one of the biggest contention areas in the Lochside regeneration. You know, it's 80 houses being built, and a bit of land I'm not entirely sure would fit 80 houses, to be honest. But if we agree to put this money in here, is there still the opportunity, if the community don't want it, for it not to go ahead? And then just the next question is actually part of the report, and it's on page 230, and it discusses the Rural Key Workers Housing Fund. And at present, this fund has not been used in Dumfries and Galloway. D&G Council and RSL partners continue to look for opportunities. Is there any reason why this funding's not been used in this area, and what's the likelihood of it being used in the future? Thank you.
Yeah,
Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. So in terms of Osborne Drive, the project's currently going through pre-planning consultation process with the local community. There's a significant engagement there around the proposals on the site, and site investigations also being undertaken by Wheatley Homes South. The consultation will also consider what is going to get through the planning process. So if it's deemed that 80 units on that site is not deliverable, that's something that will be revised and will come forward through the planning process. Excuse me. So the planning process will be what's followed in terms of determining whether or not that's suitable in scale, suitable for meeting the need there as well. But what has already happened as part of the master plan process has been the significant engagement with the local community, with over 1,300 residents highlighting opportunities for future development. And it has been quite clear with the residents that there is an opportunity at Osborne Drive to bring forward development. What we have also highlighted in the report, though, is around the Maxwellton High site within Lochside. And I know that as part of the regeneration master plan that came forward, that was going to be a later phase of development, but it is certainly an area we're looking to bring forward at a swifter pace to try and make sure that we're meeting the housing demand, specifically in Lochside, on a site that's already earmarked within the local development plan.
Just to clarify as well, Paul, just bear with me. I think there's an invitation to the 4 ward councillors to be part of the new planning strategic group. Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct, Chair. So we are just in the process working very closely with the Home South and reps from the local community in how we reinvigorate the local delivery group. They had a significant role in terms of producing the master plan in collaboration with ourselves. But now we're looking more at them becoming a genuine part of the delivery going forward. So there's a piece of work underway with some events coming up where we'll specifically be engaging with the community, and you'll obviously be invited along there as local ward members. I've just got the point on key workers as well to come back on, though, the Chair. So in terms of the funding there that's been put in place by the Scottish Government, it allows registered social landlords to buy empty properties within communities that are defined as rural. These are stipulations put in place through the Affordable Housing Supply Programme guidance. Unfortunately, that makes it quite restrictive in terms of Dumfries and Galloway and the process that's required. Most of the registered social landlords aren't set up or financed to buy empty properties and then turn them back into affordable housing in that way. But what we're trying to do is develop some other projects in collaboration with local community groups where we can try and support them to meet key worker demand. We have undertaken a significant piece of work across South Scotland with South Scotland Enterprise and Scottish Borders Council, looking at some of the hotspots for key worker housing demand, and that's a piece of work that sits really well with the local housing strategy. But as the SHIP is a delivery document, this is what we'll be utilising to try and take forward some of those projects over the coming years.
Thank you. Paul, are you okay? Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Hagman?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Jamie, for the report. It's more really a comment, if I may, Chair, and it's in reference to the appendix to page 209. I see that we've got the Corsby Road Wheatley Home development in there, and I think just to really just to put on record my thanks, there is discussions with Scottish Water via the surface water solution, because I know that that was a significant issue for some in the community. So I just wanted to put my record on thanks for that update. I was just wondering, are you able to give any updates in terms of some of these projects in here? On page 213, there's the Glenluce Hotel in Glenluce, and I know the Community Council were really keen to see this project progress. Do you have any update, or is that something I can follow up with you following the committee today? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hagman, for the query. In terms of the Glenluce Hotel, fully aware that the community there are really interested in seeing that one come forward, and we are engaging with Wheatley Home South around that project on a regular basis. They have currently revised some plans for the site to look at the method of actual delivery there, and we're hopeful that within probably early in the next financial year, we'll be able to look at progressing that one quite significantly. Some of the challenges, obviously, with a derelict site within a town centre are well known, but there's some other infrastructure issues that we're also working with, again, with Scottish Water in particular, around the discharge of surface water. So happy to give you a fuller update, but hopefully that gives some reassurance that that project is progressing, and we at the Home South are committed to the delivery of that project.
Thanks very much. Any other? Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things. First one as well, 4.4. I mean, although we've been guaranteed 20.5 million this year from the Scottish Government, we have been subject to cuts in the past, just recently, and also, you know, very pessimistic on the forecast of the 80, 60, 40% going forward. So hopefully we'll get some clarity on that, and probably now be after the elections. The other thing, though, as well, is with regards to the SHIP and the schemes that are in there. I'm aware, I think last week we agreed, you know, that new annual targets, which I think is 460 houses per year, and that's based on a 45%, 55% split, 45% being affordable. So really, probably a lot of affordable housing, the private developers will develop the 55%, but of the 210, a lot of reliance is on the RSLs and, you know, and I think buildings craftsmen as well within this report. When you look at page 208 to 210, it kind of gives you a status on that, and I must add, some of these have been on the ship for a long time, and I've raised this with Jamie before. I think, you know, Cunningham, it speaks for myself, you know, probably the biggest developer in the region from the RSLs, and Wheatley have stepped up and are providing quite a lot of sites and getting them forward and getting them started. I think we know the issue with Lowerburn, but it is a concern, you know, that all the sites are on hold. But particularly when you look at the Building Craftsman one of on the bottom of page 210, there's 6 projects on there. None of them have got a start date, and I'm just a little bit concerned. Certainly no one in my ward. I mean, Erskine Church, it's been on for a number of years now. That property is a very prominent property, it sits in the town centre, ironically right across from the museum, because when you look across the road, all you see is an old ruin with no roof. I think the for sale sign is a cardboard sign, so I am concerned that, you know, that whilst they remain on the ship, I don't seem to see any kind of start dates or any progress on those. And if we are serious about delivering our new housing targets, then we have to get some of these across the line. And I know you're working on that, Jamie, but it's just a frustration. I think a number of members will have projects in the wards, but certainly the Erskine Church one is one I can relate to, because I get a lot of people asking about it, you know, and I keep on saying it's on the ship, it's going to be developed, but there seems to be no progress on that.
Thanks, Councillor Marshall. Yeah, so in particular in relation to Erskine Church, we did have a meeting yesterday with the Building Craftsman, which is timely, to discuss their programme. In terms of Erskine Church, they've advised that they believe the properties come under new ownership. They're not sure who the owners are, but through our role, both in terms of delivery of the ship, but also our vacant and derelict land and property strategy, we're intending to try and identify the owners so we can engage with them around what their longer term plans are, and identify if there's some support that the council can actually give them on that site. Some of the other projects that Building Craftsman are leading on, they are currently on site in Lockerbie, on the Lockerbie Creamery, having demolished the former creamery building there, and we're hopeful that we can progress an application for funding to the Scottish Government for that project, and there are some other opportunities. In terms of delivery of the affordable housing target within the housing supply target specifically, that's something we're monitoring on a regular basis. And the registered social landlords, particularly Cunningham and Wheatley Home South, have been developing a number of houses. Lawburn had been a large-scale developer in the region over a number of years and have had to step back, as members are aware, and it's disappointing. But we have been meeting with their chief executive and also the chair of their board, just to discuss where Lawburn Housing Association position themselves strategically in the region. We see that they've got a really fundamental role in assisting with some community-led developments, potentially on a smaller scale, and going back to probably the bread and butter of what Lawburn Housing Association was originally established on. So we'd hope to have some more information on Lawburn coming forward fairly soon. They're going through their AGM process just this week. So as soon as we have some more information on where Lawburn are going with that strategic direction, we'll advise members.
Any more questions? No. In that case, we'll move to the recommendations. So we're away. One, asked to note the position regarding the resource planning assumptions allocated to this region from the Scottish Government's Affordable Housing Supply Programme, paragraph 4.5. 2, agree the inclusion of the proposed sites in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan following submission to the Council by Wheatley Homes South, paragraph 4.8. And then 3, agree the Strategic Housing Investment Plan for 2025 annual review as set out in Appendix 2. Happy to note all and agree all this? Yeah. Thank you. Move on to item number 12. Thanks very much, Jamie. Item number 12, business support and visitor levy report by Interim Head of Economy and Environment. And I've got Stuart McMillan and Oliver Schimmel here to answer. Oh, and John. Right, we're all here. So I'll get back to that again. So the in-house business gateway service, the report also sets out the potential of introducing a visitor levy scheme within the region and seeks approval to commence early engagement with a range of stakeholders. The report follows from the agreement of full council at its meeting on 27th of February 25 to receive a report to a future Economy and Infrastructure Committee with proposals to support businesses across the region with a particular focus on the tourism sector. So I've just got to look at the three officers here. So is there anything you want to add to that? Are we quite comfortable to go to questions?
Thanks, Chair. We're comfortable to go to questions. I'd just like to thank elected members for their time at group meetings over the last couple of Mondays that John and I visited, where groups are particularly interested in the visitor levy aspects.
And just for clarification, this is a report to enable you to go to the next stage. We're not making decisions, we're just going to the next stage, yeah. Okay, so questions? Okay, Caroline?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the report. It's just on page 248 where it says if we approve this today, it is proposed that a report will be presented to members in spring 2026. I just want some assurance that if we did agree this today, that there is capacity in order to bring that report in spring 2026, because I'm just looking, and I've checked again today on reading this off the council website. We started our consultation at the end of April on the litter prevention strategy, which the paper was due to come to committee today. So I wouldn't want us consulting if we're not bringing information back when it's expected. Thank you.
Thanks. I think that was my view at full council when I actually said about the capacity of this department and this team in particular, about the extent of the work that we're having to undertake over the coming period. So, Stuart, have you any comment to make on that?
Yeah, thanks for your query, Councillor Wilson. You'll see within the pack that we're setting out quite a clear process that we want to open up if members are supportive almost immediately as we sort of walk out the room here. And we're working with, we're engaging with external consultancy groups to help us, to give us that additional support to do it. We're really conscious of the fact that it would be advantageous to keep some momentum up in this debate, because the pace of it, we want to consider that quite carefully and give good chunks of time to consult, to engage, to consult, to consider all of that. But we're more than comfortable with the timescale that we've set out in the reports. We've really sort of planned it really quite carefully. And capacity has been part and parcel of that, hence the use of some external consultancy to help us do it. And this will allow us to move into particular, the decision-making parts of it in 2026.
Do I come back in? Yeah.
Not actually on this, probably more on capacity issues, but I'll leave that for another forum probably. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah. Any other questions? Sorry, I've got Councillor Campbell online first. Then, I'm not sure which one came first. No, sorry, Sean after that. Yes, you, Dougie.
All right, thanks, Chair. Very pleased to see this report, and I'm mindful of the purpose of this report, so I'm not wanting to interfere in any future consultation work, but I think it's important for us to have broadly the principle that any revenue raised is minimised but is invested in the communities most affected by increased numbers in visitors. And it's just to raise the point as well and ask of Stuart and his team is to bear in mind the previous discussion we've had about the threat to local economy in Kirkcudbright, where potentially a visitor levy could have an adverse effect on visitor numbers. It's just to please, my plea is just to keep that in consideration in terms of localised circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Campbell. I think the first issue that you raised about just that management of the on-costs and the revenue to manage the scheme is one that we are extremely conscious of, and from an economic development perspective, extremely keen to make sure that should a scheme go ahead, that we maximise the benefit and the return back into the region and the sectors that might benefit for it. So you have our assurance on that. And yes, in terms of the other point you mentioned, just in terms of local economic impact, we were having a wee chat about that in relation to the Bridge report as well. And these are absolutely the sort of things that we are really interested to investigate and hear what people think at this stage of engagement. So I think that's an important conversation to have straight away, and that will be the focus very much of our first stage of engagement over the autumn, just to find out what people think will be the effect or the benefits.
Thanks, Stuart. Are you okay with that, Dougie? Yeah?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sean?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. First of all, I welcome the ECOS report on the Business Gateway. I'm glad that Dumfries and Galloway are going to retain this. I think it is an excellent service and it's done well within Dumfries and Galloway, so I'm pleased, with the option that's been presented to us. I would like to see further work done though as well on the second recommendation, because I do think that service is stretched, and the proposal to further increase the size of that service would be much appreciated. When it comes to the potential visitor levy scheme, I do feel at the moment that I think some local authorities decided not to actually go down the route at the moment, and it's not a statutory requirement. So I do feel that we should maybe not at this particular time go down that route. And it's not just because of the statutory requirement. I think as well, we've heard, not just at this meeting, but on various meetings at the full council, about the limitations on the department. So there is going to be a cost to that. And that's for the consultancy, that's a 5-figure sum. There's also the redeployment of an individual to do that work. So I do feel at the moment that I just can't get away from the fact that, over a year ago, we were looking at, I would have said, probably one of the key things that would have changed tourism for the better in this region. That was the Galloway National Park. And, the Labour group were very supportive of it, but it split the Tories in the end up, because they're in indecision, and also the SNP, and we've lost that now, no chance. But that was a real opportunity to make a real difference to this region for tourism, and we've lost that. So this consultation, I suspect as well, when you're looking at the accommodation sector within Dumfries and Galloway, I'm not sure if it will be welcomed to look at this even. I think there's a lot of an administrative burden on the accommodation sector that will be included in this if we do actually come to implement it. And there's no guarantee that the money that goes to the council from these accommodation sectors will go directly back to these businesses. I looked at the survey, and there's a range of options, but at the same time, will they feel that actually charging more for their hotels and not seeing that benefit coming back directly to them, will that be viewed as being a good choice for this region, where we have got a good reputation with tourism, etc. But I do feel, because of the way this council is in at the moment, and financial position, particularly the strain on resources of this, E&I part of the council, I feel that we shouldn't go ahead with that. So I would like to propose that we still agree 2.1, but on 2.2 we do not proceed with the proposal at this time for early engagement of potential visitor levy scheme for Dumfries and Galloway. And if that's agreed at 2.2, then 2.3 fails.
Okay, thanks, Sean. I don't know if that needs an officer response. I think we are. Katie, you're next to speak.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I'll just say I would move the recommendations as are, just on the back of the fact that there is a proposed amendment to the recommendation. So I'll just put on record I would propose as is. First of all, I think it's a really, in terms of business support, I think we do need to recognise these are two quite separate issues that are in the one report. So I think we have to really recognise the huge value that business support through Business Gateway offer, and obviously that is directly funded via Scottish Government. Turning to the visitor levy, I think this is a huge opportunity. I have to admit, and I did put my statement of connection, having been the COSLA spokesperson that worked with ministers closely on this. This is about empowering local government, and I think often in the chamber we are wanting to have more say in the direction, and this is an example that Scottish Government has passed to local government the power, but there's no decision being made on this. And I think, you know, we need to have that opportunity to explore what this could look like. So to not agree 2.2, I think, would be a huge mistake. As I say, this is about enhancing our opportunities, and I think going forward, there is going to have to be a very careful narrative around this. Absolutely appreciate some of our businesses will be feeling quite nervous about what impact this may have, but this is about, again, enhancing our opportunity, and I believe that it would be up to the local authority how they choose to spend that money, as long as it is within those guidelines. So, you know, I think we should be ambitious for our region. We're not making a decision that we're taking anything forward. We're doing our due diligence. So I think we would be actually failing the people of Dumfries and Galloway if we didn't do this due diligence right now. My specific question was in terms of the different stakeholders that we reach out to, and it does reference third sector D&G, but there's no reference, and I'm thinking specifically of the UNESCO Biosphere, recognising that UNESCO status, and I believe that the UNESCO Biosphere were looking at a sort of tourism trail across Scotland, so it might be quite helpful to get their input, and also the Southern Upland Partnership, who obviously are, you know, key across, and they have quite a lot of projects that span right across the south of Scotland. So I don't know if they cover under our third sector partners, but I think those two specific organisations, especially as we recognise them as, you know, part of our outside bodies that we sit on, I think it would be important to ask their opinion on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Stuart, do you want to come in?
Thank you for those comments, and we've taken note of those two organisations, but I think John is regularly saying that he is keen to speak and willing to speak to anybody. So we'd be happy to supplement that initial bullet point list at 4.30 and keep that under review. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got a number of speakers still want to come in before we go into anything else. I've got Councillor McFarlane, Councillor Dashbert and Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for the report. Firstly, I'd like to put on record my thanks to Stuart and his team, in particular John King, in relation to the support that they've given to the community, the business community in Kirkcudbright, whilst we've been through the difficulties with the bridge. I know it's been appreciated and certainly helped a number of those local businesses, so thank you for that. And I would definitely support recommendation 2.1 in relation to the proposal there. In relation to the visitor levy, which I agree is a separate thing, you know, we often hear in this chamber about the lack of funding we've got available, and I think here we have an opportunity to generate some funding, and it will help support the tourism trade. So for me, if you look at page 343, whilst it's an example, it does highlight the fact that there are opportunities to generate some income, which will help us to sort of develop some of the infrastructure issues that we've got. I do think it's really important that we have clear communications in relation to this, in order that the people who will be impacted by it fully understand what the implications of it are. And I think that when we were looking at the national park, there was very many mixed messages. We weren't in control of what the narrative was for that, but we are in control of what the narrative is here. And I think it's really important that we look at that and we do it in an appropriate way that makes sure that people are given as much information as is required for them to come to a conclusion as to how they would like to proceed in that. I also think that what we have here is an opportunity where we have a lot of exemptions, so I think that we need to be sure that we have processes in place for that. So I suppose my question is, you know, do we have a strategy? Do we have a communication strategy? Do we have a strategy in relation to how we will manage things like VAT thresholds and disability exclusions and such like? So it's just to make sure that we have those in place. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. I'll maybe bring John in a couple of supplementary points as well. Communication strategy, I think we're entirely in agreement with that, the ability to go out with the right tone and the right messaging from the outset as we enter into this engagement phase, which is about a conversation, is going to be really, really important. And then as we if we get the opportunity, as directed by members, if we move into the process of actually defining what the Dumfries and Galloway scheme proposition would be, here's the things that we would suggest in terms of the sort of accommodation that might be exempt, or the areas that might be exempt, or the thresholds, and indeed the exact rate that might be applied, etc. That's into the design of the phase which we would be coming back to committee with in the springtime, really. So, anything to add, John? No. Okay. Hope that answers the question. Yeah.
Thanks. Is that, yeah. You okay with that, Andy? Yeah. Okay, so I've got Ben, then Paula, and then Gail McGregor after that. Okay.
Thank you. Happy to second Councillor Hagman's recommendations if needed, but my question really is about 4.33, which mentions a cruise ship levy, which is another emerging policy development under consideration for local authorities. Speaking as a Stranraer councillor, that's been mooted as a potential development for the west of the region. I know, I think it was a South of Scotland Destination Alliance, perhaps, who have been considering, you know, whether Stranraer can attract big American tourists on cruise ships and things. And I'd be keen to hear what officers' thoughts are on that. And if we do agree to go forward with the consultation, that perhaps in terms of the questions that we are asking people, maybe the cruise ship question can be tied into it. You know, it would be more efficient if this is something that we're having to do down the line anyway at some point. Thank you.
To give the officers a minute to have a confab, I think.
I'm not
like making decisions on the hoof, is it?
Yeah.
Right, absolutely.
We're not entirely clear of what the actual process around the cruise ship levy is, given that it's not a situation that we are currently in. So Orkney, Shetland, Western Isles, Inverclyde, etc., Edinburgh probably as well, because they have that business at the moment, are able to look at that. But that's actually one of the reasons that we just wanted to put it into 433 and bring it to the attention of members, that actually that is another thing, that's another separate opportunity, that if we build that facility in Stranraer and the cruise ships of probably a smaller scale, but they come, then there is that opportunity maybe in the future to start to look at. But apologies, I don't actually know what the actual implementation process is for that particular levy as opposed to the visitor one.
Yeah, my understanding that it's a very early consultation thing through the National Parliament. So I suppose whether that is something that we would want to, you know, just do a litmus test if we're doing engagement anyway, and just see what the general people's opinion is on that. But I'm happy to listen to options. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep it under consideration, I think, as part of the wider process is probably the best way to put it. So I've got Paula, Gail, and then Dougie Campbell wanting back in. So Paula first.
Thank you, Chair. So I travel about my other work. I've been in all these places that are listed that have a visitor levy. I've stayed in hotels. I know how expensive they are. I've seen the level of tourism there, and we are nowhere near that here in Dumfries and Galloway. To only be able to generate 1.135 million from 1%, it's just not. That's what we would generate, but we don't actually say what the administrative cost would be for the council. And I'm just not entirely sure that after COVID and everything else, that our hospitality community is actually in a place where it would be able to absorb this. So I'm very, very concerned that, you know, we would even consider going out to early engagement, so sorry, my throat's going as well, on a potential visitor levy. And again, it's been reiterated at several places now through several committees that there is not capacity within this department to actually do anything. Now, I asked for a paper to come back on the state of our town centres and what we were doing at it. I'd done it in the Nistalaria committee, and the answer was, I don't know if there's capacity. If we've got capacity to go out and do a visitor levy scheme, then I think we've got capacity to see how we can go about tidying up our towns, because it shouldn't be down to our volunteers to do that, because that's one of the things that will bring tourism in. So I'm very concerned that we're even discussing this at this point. I think that we need to have a pause in it until next year, when we can actually pull something forward from the department when there's much less constraints on it. So I'm quite happy to support Councillor Marshall's second Councillor Marshall's proposal. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let the director come in on the issue you just raised at the end there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And just in relation, Councillor Marshall, to your concerns of capacity as well, as you say, I haven't been shy in highlighting the challenges that the Directorate faces. But what I will say on this one is that it's built into the work plans. So the anticipation of this work moving forward was built in at the work plans at the beginning of the year, and that's why we have capacity to be able to move it forward. In addition, funding has already been allocated from the Change Fund should members agree to enable it to progress. The challenge we face with capacity is the unanticipated work that comes forward that we haven't built into our work plans. Now, don't get me wrong, we absolutely have to have flexibility for some of that, but I guess it only flexes so far, and that's the challenge we face. So, you know, whilst absolutely there would be money saved if we didn't progress, because the funding from the Change Fund would potentially go towards something else, and the capacity that's set aside and allocated for this could be used for something else, it is built into the work plans for this to progress at the moment. So there's less of a concern around the capacity of moving this forward because it has been planned out in that way.
This was actually Paula's question.
Sorry, can I come back on that, Chair? I asked how much the administrative costs would be yearly, because at present we're sitting here looking at 1.135 million potentially, but we don't actually know what the administrative costs are and whether it would actually be worth our while even putting this forward. Like I say, if we were talking about how much money is raised in the Highland Councils in Glasgow and Edinburgh, I would completely understand it, but for us, I just don't see if it would actually be worth our while. Thank you.
So yes, we've done a lot of work in terms of what the admin costs would be, and it does depend then on the actual scale of the fees that the levy that is collected in terms of then the management of its dispersal. So the actual collection part isn't necessarily the tricky bit or the expensive bit or the resource intensive bit. There is an electronic system that's been developed to be rolled out across Scotland, so that's not an on-cost for us. And there's the opportunity to embed the collection of the levy into the finance team structure. There's even the opportunity, if we seek to share that service with other neighbouring councils as well. So we have mechanisms by which we can really suppress that on cost in terms of the collection. And then the other flip of that is how does the investment side of it work? And yes, there'll be a need for some staff costs in there. But again, we would be looking at making sure that is kept at a really manageable level. So the reason we haven't put the numbers in the report just now, because it's a little bit of a chicken and egg sort of situation.
Thank you, Chair, just for letting me back in. And just on the point of this being something councils can do to empower it, councils would be better empowered if the Scottish Government actually funded them properly in the first place, because I doubt very much we'd even be looking at this in that circumstance. Thank you.
I'll leave the political statement be. Sorry, we've got Gail coming in and then Dougie Campbell.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I just want to say thanks for the review of Business Gateway. It'll come as no surprise to you that I champion the team in Dumfries and Galloway, both locally and nationally, and would like to echo Councillor McFarlane's comments about the support in Kirkcudbright. I know you do a tremendous amount of work with a very small team, and I think the data that's come through in the report really encapsulates the value of Business Gateway within the region, and I support the recommendation of it remaining in-house. Turning to the visitor levy, as you'll know, I was involved in the initial sort of creation of a visitor levy, and then Katie took over in that role later on down the line. And the principle was always going to be that 32 councils supported the principle of it, but it would be down to the individual authority to determine whether it was going to work for their region or not. I do have slight concerns with a fairly fragile tourism economy, and echo some of the comments that have been made that, you know, we absolutely knew that Edinburgh and Highlands and Islands and Argyll and Bute were going to go for this. And I just wonder if we don't really have all of the answers as to what it could look like for us as a region yet. And I wonder what your thoughts are. I know there was some stumbling blocks with some consultations with other authorities when they started their sort of early consultation. That have we looked at where they've gone wrong? Because some of them admitted that they'd gone wrong and created a consultation model that's really going to work for us. And again, I do echo the concerns around capacity at this time. And I know that South Ayrshire's put it on hold for a couple of years. I don't think Scottish Borders is progressing at this particular point. So while I can see the merits of a visitor levy, and let's be honest, I pay one myself every time I go to a European city, and it certainly doesn't put me off travelling. Do we have the unintended pros and cons of what the visitor levy would look like before we even go out to consultation? And I suppose that that's probably my main concern at the moment, that we don't want to suck up resource at this point if it's something that we're not going to progress, or if it's something that we, a bit like the 4.5 day week, really don't have the answers as to the impacts yet. So just some maybe thoughts around that.
Stuart.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McGregor, for those points. And I think one of the some of the lessons that are being learned through this process are being fed through to us with our colleagues in Visit Scotland, who John is in touch with enormously through this process. They've been extremely helpful, and some lessons learned from the South Ayrshire Council aspect of how they conducted and how they went about their early engagement are things that we have tried to take on board ourselves in terms of the direction of engagement that we are recommending today that we take, which is extremely analytical and extremely professional, is very broad and encompasses a wider range of interests than South Ayrshire Council, for example, as I understand it, how we're able to engage with. So that what we get back to allow elected members to take a considered view about the proposition in the spring next year is both some really good quality input from those engagements, and we will also be working in the background, of course, to look at all of the potential impacts of application of the levy that we might expect at different rates, so that we've done a little bit of work then to sort of say, if it's 2%, we think the effects will be X, Y, and Z, if it's 4%, if it's 6%, etc. So we'll do that work as a collective to try and articulate that for members when it comes to decision points. Yeah. Anything to add, John?
One of the reasons we went out to an external consultancy was because you're talking about being professional in the field of collecting information. And 56 Degrees Insight, who we've had conversations with, are exactly that. And it doesn't appear from the outside that every other council took that view and kind of went quite as far as we're hoping to go in terms of being professional and talking to people who, this is what they do every day, collect survey results, collect people's opinions. So I would absolutely echo what Stuart said. We should come back with views of the visitors, views of the citizens, and views of the tourism industry, and be able to analyse that down to a pretty deep level.
Thank you. Are you okay with that, Gail?
Yeah, and I suppose probably my other observation would be that you as local government, we ask Scottish Government for more revenue raising powers all the time, and we're very limited in the scope of what we can actually do in that space. Would you feel that there's probably a risk that if we don't even scope this in the first instance, regardless of whether we actually do it or not, that Scottish Government could say, well, we gave you the opportunity to, and you chose not to. So could that have an impact on future other levies or funding? Probably not an answer that you can answer, but I'm just throwing it out there as is there a risk that if we don't even look at scoping this, that we may not get other options in the future, which could limit us within local government?
I'm not sure I can really answer your question, Councillor McGregor, but I
think it was more rhetorical.
But absolutely, we do see it as we in the Economy and Environment Service are looking at this as an opportunity for investment in a key sector of our local economy, which is essentially a recirculation of some additional income from visitors to the region that we can spend. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Dougie Campbell first. Thanks.
Thanks for, excuse me, thanks for letting me back in, Chair. I wasn't meaning to come in, but I feel that I have to because I'm genuinely puzzled and disappointed by the Labour group's position on this. I spoke last week at Full Council about socialist values, and my understanding was, as part of someone who believes in socialist values, it's about giving people a say in their future. And we saw with Galloway National Park that Sean referred to, the Labour group voting against a local referendum, which would have given people most affected by a park their say in the matter. And now they're wanting to stop a consultation, which will involve people most affected by tourism and ways in which they can benefit from that tourism. So very disappointed, but I think we should give people their say and proceed with the recommendations as is. And thanks for letting me back in, Chair.
Thanks, no problem. I think that was a statement rather than a thing. I've got you down, Caroline, to speak next, and then I think I'm getting ready to move on because I think we're getting polarised here. Okay, so do you want to have a wee say? Yeah.
Thank you. I think to be clear, I think what Councillor Marshall has moved is that we don't actually do it just now. It's not that we don't do it at all, but we maybe wait and see what's coming forward from other local authorities. So it's not, we're not saying we don't want to do it at all. We're just, and actually our main issue is capacity, and I appreciate Lisa saying that things are on a work plan, but I highlighted at the beginning of this item a consultation that's taken place. That was surely on the work plan, but that information's not here today as expected. So it is purely capacity. It is, I'm sure in another item, capacity is also an issue, and that's something we'll have to raise out with this meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. In a different part. Now, Sean, we've had about 3 goes at it. I'm ready to move to... Quickly, okay.
No, it's really just to clarify that, and I think Caroline has summed that up. We're not saying, no, that's it. We're saying not at this time, and hopefully I did make that clear when I proposed. It says not at this time. I think, and also Councillor Campbell references the Galloway National Park consultation. That was very damaging for this region. That split this region. So to go into another consultation shortly after that, I just don't think it's the right time. But it comes down to the capacity and the cost, mainly in the capacity. And you're quite right, and I applaud the directorates within this council for actually preparing contingencies to plan ahead, because I think it was a little bit unprecedented what happened at the budget this year. We got a wish list basically that was pushed through with a whole lot of things that were uncosted, and you have to now kind of prepare for, if it does come to committee, which is coming to committee now, That's what was asked for a decision to be taken. Our decision is probably different from most of the councillors in this room, but it's the decision we believe that the council should take at this time because of capacity issues. So we just want to clarify that, and that's, you know, that's why we believe that it shouldn't be undertaken at this time. And Councillor McGregor made a number of good points as well. A little bit of time on this, you know, there's no statutory obligation to do it now, but I don't see that closes the doors on any that don't want to do it now, like some of the other local authorities. And let's wait and see what happens in Edinburgh. Let's see the impact on that, and in the Highlands, etc. They've got a lot more to gain from it than us.
Okay, I'll take that as your summing up for the motion and amendment. Okay. Councillor Hagman, and then we'll move to the vote once we've clarified exactly what the position is. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm the proposer of the amendment in terms of motion.
You're the
but
proposer. You were first to be seconded.
Fine. So just
Sean
really
was second to be seconded. So the motion is as is in the papers.
That's
the
fine.
amendment is as per Sean. Yeah.
Perfect. No, I just wanted to come in and just clarify the motion, I guess, again, that, you know, we have got a set of recommendations. I want to thank Lisa for confirming that this has been costed, it has been built in. I appreciate there are concerns for our work plans and our capacity. I think that has to be acknowledged by everybody, but we've had confirmation that this has been built into the plan. This is not a decision. This is not about going forward. And in fact, if you look on page 439, you can see the list of European countries that do this as standard. I've got family that live in Switzerland. I can't stay with them, but I always get booked into a hotel. And I love the fact that I get a free bus in Lausanne with my visitor levy. I think the fact that our bus services are crying out for investment, that could be a potential opportunity, I believe. But, you know, if we were to follow other European examples. So I think for us to not progress this, to not even ask the question, as I say, I think it lets the people of Dumfries and Galloway down. Let's do the work. Let's look at it with all the facts and figures, and then come back and make the decision whether this is the right course for Dumfries and Galloway. So I would move the recommendations as they are in the paper. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And I've got to end the discussion at that stage with no one else to come in. No. So can you just clarify for us what the motion is and what the amendment is, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. We've got a motion proposed by Councillor Hagman, seconded by Councillor Dashburn to agree the recommendations as are set out in the papers. The amendment is proposed by Councillor Marshall, seconded by Councillor Stevenson to agree recommendation 2.1, and then 2.2 would be not to proceed at this time.
Yeah, it's not to proceed at this time with this proposal as per there due to costs and capacity.
Okay, not to proceed at this time as set out due to cost and capacity.
Happy with that? Okay, so we'll move to vote, Chair.
Okay, moving to the vote then, Chair.
Motion.
Vice Chair.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Sorry, I had connection difficulties. Amendment.
Councillor Campbell.
Motion.
Councillor Dashburn.
Motion.
Councillor Dempster.
Motion.
Is that motion? Yes. Councillor Hagman.
Motion. Aye.
Yes.
Motion,
Councillor
please.
Hagman. Motion. Councillor Howie.
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion.
Councillor McGregor.
Motion.
Councillor Marsh.
Motion, please.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McCammon.
Motion, please.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion.
Councillor Slater. Councillor Slater. No response. And Councillor Stevenson.
Amendment, please.
And Councillor Wilson.
Amendment, please.
Last call for Councillor Slater. Oh, not present. Okay, the motion's carried. Twelve votes to 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, everybody, for that lively, frank debate. I'm now moving on to item number 13, which is the disposal of industrial units at Woodley Road, Black Parks Industrial Estate, Stranraer. Report by the Assistant Director of Transport and Infrastructure. This report is to ask elected members to agree that 4 buildings and associated land at Woodley Road, Black Parks Industrial Estate, Stranraer, as shown in the appendix and detailed within this report, are surplus to the requirement of the Economy and Infrastructure Directorate. I've got Karen Brownlee in the chamber, and I think Colin online, Colin Freeman online, both available to take any questions. Either of you, is there anything to add, or can we move just to questions?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Up for questions? Councillor Dashper.
Yeah, thank you. No issue with the recommendations, although I notice that the report doesn't really expand on what the buildings are currently being used for by the tenants. I don't know if we could just get some information on that specifically. And also, there's no photos in the report, so it's quite difficult sometimes to contextualise in your head what is the building when you're just looking at an overhead map. I don't know if that's something that we maybe want to look at going forward in terms of formatting, but thank you.
2 things here. I'll move to Mr Freeman in a minute to give you an answer, but I agree with you, and I think it's something for all council reports where we're talking about a property like this. A picture tells 1,000 stories, 1,000 words, you know, so it would be handy just to contextualise, I think, or Ben's words, and I think we could maybe do that, maybe pass that on to the centre. Lisa, please. Yeah. So, Colin, can you come in on this one issue?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dashper. The units themselves are very much as is. They're old, they're 49-year-old concrete construction and on a piece of open flat land. And they're used for, one is a small mechanical business and the other unit is a car valeting business.
Thanks very much, Colin. Yeah. Any other questions? No, I'm not seeing anybody at all coming forward, so I'm going to move the recommendations. Are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.5? Yep. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 14. Again, it's surplus property, 8185 Irish Street, Dumfries. The report has asked elected members to agree that the offices at 8185 Irish Street, as shown in the appendix and detailed within this report, are surplus to the requirements of the E&I Directorate, and that process of disposal can be expedited. Karen and Colin again are available. Have either of you got anything to add at this moment in time?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to add.
Sean?
Thanks, Chair. And just like the other report as well, certainly as someone who's raised on a number of occasions about, you know, the council trying to do more and get more in their capital receipts from the sale of surplus buildings, then I welcome both of these that should, particularly this one, may contribute considerably towards the target for this year. Just a couple of things, I think. So 81 to 85 Irish Street, just if memory serves, that used to be the old social work services offices, I think, maybe.
No, no, it's not. It's
was
the,
it not?
It's now the social work was across the road.
Right, okay. But just in relation to 4.5, 3 years ago it was valued at 270,000, but I do note that there is a need of investment in the building, and I'm just wondering at this stage, is the value likely to increase or stay the same, or do we know that yet? But it will still generate a considerable capital receipt.
Yeah, I think just for simplicity, I think it's Dagcas current. Am I right? Yeah. Yes. I thought it is. Yes. It's Dagcas. They currently occupy the building just now. Colin, have you any idea about increasing or decreasing in value or whatever?
Thank you, Chair. It's very much a moving feast. It depends largely on the demand for office accommodation in the town centre, what the open market tells us at that point in time. That's why if we do get to the point of disposal, we will commission an independent valuation to get the most accurate position at that time.
Thanks. Are you okay with that, Sean? Yep. Paula?
Thank you, Chair. It's just a point of order. I hope I'm calling it right. At 8.5, if during any meeting of the council, the attention of the convener is called for the number of members present, I know quite a few people have left the meeting, and obviously with Councillor Slater not actually responding, I'm not entirely sure. Can we do a roll call and just see if we're quorate, please?
We are quorate.
Can we just do a roll call?
No, we don't need to.
No. Right, okay, doke.
We've just done a roll call, essentially. Vote with 16 present. Quorum for this meeting is 6. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just to come, my understanding is if somebody's not present in the meeting, they're supposed to type leave in the chat, so can we just double check? Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm no the leave and stay policy, for lack of better words. It's down to individual members. It could be anything. I've no, and I'm not going to have a go at any one councillor because they didn't answer a roll call. Maybe just didn't want to answer. It could be anything. So there's no question. No, that was it. Right. Okay. So are we ready just to go to the recommendations? Yeah. Sorry, we're happy to agree recommendations 2.1 to 2.5. Thank you very much. We'll go to item number 15. Standing Order 16.2, Dumfries and Galway Road Safety Update Report. Report by Interim Assistant Director, Transport and Infrastructure. The report advises members of a request to the proper officer under Standing Order 16.2. The report explains and reviews procedures regarding the Council's annual road safety programme, which includes Accident Investigation and Prevention, or AIP for short, and how community-raised safety concerns can be integrated into this programme. The report also provides a road safety update with regards to the Council's roles and responsibilities and an update on Transport Scotland's approach to road safety. I've got Karen Brownlee here, and it's no Stuart McMillan. It's Stuart, right enough, but it's no Stuart McMillan. Yeah. I think just before I go on, just to point out that the original author of this is no longer with the council and has moved on to fresh fields. So, and I think I'd like to actually, on behalf of the committee, write to him and say thank you for your input over the many years in road safety stuff, things like that. So, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, as long as we're all agreed, I'll do that afterwards. So, Karen or Stuart, have you anything to add to this, or are you just ready to go to?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add, and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Sean, go ahead.
Just on this report, and I mean, I can remember the scheme has been in place for a number of years, and certainly my ward has benefited from some unfortunate accidents there that either people have been injured or not injured, but you know, it's small, there's a small amount of funding, but it does make a huge difference. I'd like to add as well to, you know, thanks to Tony Topham and wish him all the very best for the future wherever he managed to find a place. I was talking to Tony just on the lead up to this, because it does say in the accident investigation and prevention that it's about preventing accidents. Now, it was only recently that I got to understand that you actually have to have 3 injuries to actually for them to count, which seems to go against the prevention part of that. And the reason I'll say why is because and I've been speaking to the officers, to Mr. Topham about this, because there was 3 in Dornoch, in my ward, there's been 3 separate incidents of accidents that have actually went into properties or hedges, etc. Now, 2 of those, actually, I think the people disappeared from the car, so you don't know if they were injured or not, but by the look of the vehicles, they must have sustained some injury. And when I was asking to progress that, because if you have 3 within a certain time period, it automatically triggers an investigation. So I hope that investigation is still ongoing, because they were going to put coulters down. But I do think we need to take that into account, because if it's to be about prevention, then okay, if it's injury, it's probably it's more serious. But to have an incident that you're not sure if an individual was injured or not, because of the circumstances, I think should be taken into account as well. So I'll take it offline to just to find out where we are with it. But I thought it was a live request. So.
Okay, so I don't think there's a question here per se.
Well, just to ask officers to confirm what the situation is with Donna, can we look at, you know, maybe the criteria, because we need to, there's no reporting mechanism back for this as well, so I would like to see a report maybe once a year just saying all the kind of areas that have been done within that year. So it's to look at that, and then I can take it offline if you want about the specific.
You're okay showing great minds at times. Funny enough, when we discussed this way back at early report right stage, I asked Tony sorry Stuart, I'm no over going above you or beyond you, but I said to Tony, does this mean then we don't have to wait till somebody's killed before we can do something? And he said yes. I think that was the conversation that day, wasn't it? I'm seeing this as a positive. So, but Stuart, I'll let you come in, or Karen, if she wants to.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. So just to confirm, we don't have the detail in front of us in terms of Dornoch, but I'm more than happy to pick that up with you separately. I guess just in terms of the detail in relation to road safety, so obviously this links to the capital investment programme as well, and it sits within the public realm. So as we develop the dashboard, the link that we sent out to you last week, you know, I would be looking for for the programmes within that to be within that, so that members will have that detail of individual programmes, which are then based on the data that we are receiving through accidents. Is that okay? Thank you.
You okay with that, Sean? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. If I can draw your attention to 4.17 within the report, I think what Tony has actually done there is he's taken on board some considerations where we can actually look at accident investigation and prevention, so that we're looking into developing a system where we can get reports of non-injury accidents as well that can feed into that programme going forward.
You okay with that, Sean? Yeah. I've Andy first, and then Paula.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. I think it's really, it's the sort of thing that community councils talk about all the time, you know, when they've got roads that they think are dangerous, where they feel that there's been accidents and they don't seem to get reported and such like, and they're always saying why. And we have to tell them that, you know, the KSI applies to that. As a former police officer, I used to attend road collisions regularly, and we had to fill in a form which went to the council. So my first question is, do you get the information from the police in relation to every accident or a collision that's reported to them? And secondly, do we have a road safety policy within the council? And if we do, where can I locate it? And if not, can we have one? Thank you.
In relation, sorry, Chair, thank you for councillors. The roads, the information, the accident information that gets supplied from the police is only for injury accidents now. They don't record non-injury accidents, so we don't have any information on that. And I think that's where this report and what we're looking to do going forward will help us get informed about accidents, non-injury as well, speeding incidents, etc. Sorry, can you just remind me of a second?
No, thanks for that. So we're going to take possession of the data in relation to the collation of where accidents take place and even non-injuries and such like. The second part was, do we have a road safety policy within the council? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. So at this current time, no, the Council do not have a road safety policy. We've got processes and procedures surrounding that, which link to the national policy. Now, as the team develop within the overarching roads team, I would see a road safety policy being developed over the next couple of years as part of our service plan going forward, which would be reported to members. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do think it's quite important, especially because we're so rural, the fact that we have so many opportunities for collisions and obviously lack of road awareness on certain occasions. And we do have a lot of visitors to the area that don't know the roads. So if we could have something, I know you're saying a couple of years, but I think it really is quite significant, especially in light of the fact that the police are no longer providing that data and we're going to have to collect it ourselves. Thanks.
Okay, I've got Paula, Gail, Caroline and the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that, you know, this is really valuable. I know in our ward there's been, especially the Hartshorn Road is definitely one where there's been a huge amount of near misses, especially with children round about that school time. Thankfully, that new McDonald's is getting built, because again, that was another pressure point for us in North West. But it's quite frightening as a local councillor, where you're constantly asking for the road to be assessed. I do know the Hartshorn Road was one that I asked to be assessed twice now, and the speed limit is just slightly above the speed limit on the Hartshorn Road. But the amount of near misses, and I just think it's just going to take that one driver, and it's quite frightening to think that could potentially have been stopped before, but you know, we've never had that capacity to do it, so this is a really positive step forward. So just to say thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Okay, just before we move on, just to sure, whilst Tony's moved on to Transport Scotland, I think it is, there are still people doing the work on the ground. Yes. Okay, so just so we're no without anyone. Okay, so Gail first.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, just echoing comments that have been made by some already. I mean, we know that road safety stats are through the roof for serious incidents and fatalities, both locally and nationally, and should give us great cause for concern. And Stuart and I have had a conversation fairly recently about hierarchies and where we prioritise road safety. And just echoing Councillor Marshall's comments around the incidents in his area, we as elected members know where there's been lots of near misses or lots of incidents that haven't been reported. Now, I've got one in my ward that was at least 12 or 13 incidents over the last 3 or 4 years, but it took 2 serious incidents, despite us reporting it in and looking for mitigations, looking for a reduction in speed limits, looking for an upgrade of signage. So I suppose my plea would be that we need to be more proactive in this space. If we're aware as local members that there are incident hotspots that are not being reported to the police, and that there's a fairly low revenue capital cost to actually put some mitigations in place, that can we please be a bit more can-do, rather than sort of not hiding behind Scottish Government guidance, but using Scottish Government guidance as a reason not to do things. And I'll give you an example that where there's a settlement, which is a village, if it has 10 houses that front onto that particular road, then we can look at it for a 20-mile-an-hour zone because it's deemed as a village. But if we have another settlement which isn't deemed as a village and has grown through urban development over the years, that doesn't apply to that under Scottish Government guidance, but it's only guidance. So I think that we need to be much more proactive about understanding where there's local instant hotspots, where the public are reporting things in, where we're then reporting them in. And Ecclefechan's a prime example, which I suspect Caroline might have something to say on as well. And Stuart's been out, thank you very much, recently. But there are things that we can do there to mitigate incidents and to keep the communities happier if we just use the interpretation of the guidance from Scottish Government in the way that suits us. So I think that would be my plea to it. It's not a question, it's more a plea that we're more proactive in this space, with what I believe is probably fairly minimal revenue and capital costs to do that. But, you know, the cost of preserving a life or, you know, a serious incident, I think is worthy. So it's really just more comment than questions, I'm afraid.
Okay, I think that's a point of view rather than a question there, Gail. Thank you. Caroline?
Thank you, Chair. And just to echo the sentiments about Tony Toppin, disappointing that we've had another really good officer leave the council. And just Stuart's highlighted at 4.17, and I really like that community councils are always bringing up issues with roads, and Councillor McGregor's already mentioned Echo Feckham, which I was going to mention, but also the school in Lochmaben actually raised an issue with me. I have children that go to that school, so statement of correction there. But it was on a particular piece of road that they were having issues crossing, and actually Karen and Tony actually kindly came out and had a wee look, and Karen recognised within minutes that it was actually a significant issue. So just to, like, that's a good way of working. So just wanted to say thank you to Karen and actually Tony for that.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for that, Caroline, and thanks to the two officers for actually doing that, because, yeah, we've a duty as well. Yeah, I take your point. And if we don't tell officers where there's a problem, they don't know there's a problem. So we need to take ownership of that as well, to a certain extent. I've got a number of people who want to speak. The Vice Chair, Jim Dempster, Ian Howie, and Sean, do you want to come in? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm being one half of the team that put this forward. In part, when I first took on the role of elected member in Ward 7, and having had fairly extensive experience on travelling on roads right across Europe and in this country, it was actually quite shocking that I saw quite a few accidents in Ward 7 and they were not reported. And it wasn't just accidents, it was people being run off the road by agricultural vehicles, load loaders, other vehicles, and they didn't report them because they just didn't want to have the time to waste the time. So, as Stuart Cavan has said, and Councillor McFarlane has said, pointed out in 4.17, community councils are key to that information gathering process. So it's not just about people, it's about vehicles. Now, I've got a lot of people who work in Dumfries, who live in Ward 7 in various parts. When their vehicles are off the road, there's only one garage that they can maybe go to. Now, it might take 2 to 3 weeks before a car can be repaired. So it is an economic factor. It isn't just people, it's also an economic factor that is impacted by our road system. And that, I think, is important to understand, that this is a piece of work that is going to go forward and identify all of these different issues, not just people as well. Right, thank you, Chair.
Okay, I don't think there's a question here either. Jim Dempster?
Afternoon, Chair, and I listened on the way home, and I've joined obviously online because of an early appointment, even that you can finish it. There's a couple of issues I would want to raise. In respect of accidents or collisions, as they're called now, when there is no record of injury or no injuries recorded, the authorities simply take no note and don't add that to their list of areas of concern. And in the instances when people die in terms of as a consequence of collisions, there's £1.5 million allocated to each death. And when the value of the deaths exceed the value of the road improvements, that's when investment's made. And I think that's a sad indictment on us, and it's not the council, it's the government. There is a big issue too, that we've no control over the A76. And I have the statistics beside me if you want to read them out. The M74 is the biggest, busiest, A75 second, A76 is third busiest road in Dumfries and Galloway. It's not included in lobbying group, and I've spent my life as a councillor fighting with authorities to get rid of traffic lights. There's hardly a year goes by. There's no traffic and one of the busiest, there's no traffic lights on one of the busiest, most important arterial routes in the region. So I think we do need to carry out studies. We need to do it in partnership with AME, because they're the body that are assigned by Transport Scotland to look after the trunk roads. And we should have a comprehensive study, but we should also have a basic, this is what we need. And what we need in the Ward 7 is a road without traffic lights. And we are looking, and I think it's the right thing to do, to carry out major improvements to A75. It's the busiest and most important route in the region, but it shouldn't be at the cost of any other. So I'll be interested to see what proposals come in terms of what roads across the region are going to be looked at in terms of road safety. I can tell you the A76 is one of the most dangerous roads in the region, and you'll be able to check that if you do some study, I'm sure. And there's maybe no proposal there either, Chairman, but there's certainly a number of concerns I want to express. I've expressed many times, and I hope that we do something to mitigate some of the impacts on the travelling public that a road safety strategy would do, including ensuring that investment is carried out on a regular basis in the roads, whether it be in housing estates or arterial routes through the region. Thanks for your time, Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I'm not sure if there was a question in that really, but I take the point. I think there is something here that we need to understand better as a committee, is that Transport Scotland have a number of different data sources. The one that I saw, I used the one over a 24-hour period, and the country mile, the busiest was A74M. The next busiest one was actually the Dumfries to Lockerbie, and the next one after that was the A76, then the A75, right? So we need to understand that, and I'll speak to the team offline about how do we get those figures, even if it's just a circular we put in the members, so they better understand the traffic flow across the region as Transport Scotland have recorded it. So I think it's important we actually get that into context. So it depends which part of Traffic Scotland website you look at. But I don't disagree with you, Jim. I've got Ian Howie coming in now, then Ben Dashper. Then Sean, then Ben Dashper.
Thanks, Chairman. What pressure can we as a council apply to Police Scotland for them to enforce 20-mile-an-hour zones? My understanding is that they will not carry that out on a routine basis.
Tend to agree with you. I think your comments noted, Ian, but what we do today, it's maybe something for a different forum to take up, because we don't have a delegation here to actually discuss Police Scotland with policing matters for this committee. So I think it would have to go somewhere else, probably even full council, I would suggest. But I'd like governance guide us on that one, Ian.
Very good, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, Lisa's saying under road safety we could potentially write to them, but at the end of the day, this is about asking them to fulfil their obligation to police, which is different from informing them about a road safety issue. That's the reason I'm saying it needs to go to full council, so it's the council who are actually saying to them, rather than one of the committees of the council. Okay, so thanks. Who else have I got now then? Sean and then Ben, and I think after that we'll go to the recommendations.
Chair, thanks for letting me back in, because basically some of it is based on what you said and what Councillor McGregor said as well. So you're absolutely right, and I can remember, the accident investigation prevention scheme been there for a while, and unfortunately I went on about a certain crossroads for years, and then it was only when there's a fatality that something happened there. So I think whilst it has a place, the AIP, I think it's mainly driven by police statistics and injuries and what they were doing. It's usually small, low-cost traffic calming measures, etc., and it's usually in communities or on bad bends, etc., on the road. So there's that. But there's also this issue that a number of us have raised, and I think Councillor McGregor says, you know, that local members actually know, you know, of the bad areas in the ward, but there might not be the stats to back that up. And I'll go back to the example at Donnock. So in the last 2 years, there have been 3 really bad accidents at certain, you know, a couple of them at the weekend. 2 of them went into gardens. 1 went into a garden through a metal fence and just landed just near the door. And then when I spoke to the officer, says, so that's 3 accidents, and he says, no, it's registered as none, because there was a couple, as I said, that a couple of the accidents that the driver absconded from the vehicle, so they didn't know if he was injured or not. Another one, there was no injury. But there was life-threatening situations there. So the way I'm thinking it, either this, it's maybe a plea from this committee now that we mentioned that community councils are all raising issues. And when I spoke to the officer, I says, look, all I want is maybe like 30-mile-per-hour indicators through this village to just indicate and get them to slow down. That seems quite effective. He says, well, no, your community council could sort that. There isn't a community council in East Riggs and Donnock. It folded. So I think what I would like to see is, let's face it, this group of councillors have agreed 5 million investment in roads over every year for the next 5 years, and I would like to see maybe a report coming back looking that we have the AIP scheme and it is a very limited budget, but could we look at something that actually takes on board the issues that have been raised here, that, you know, community council concerns, local members' concerns on areas that don't meet the criteria under the AIP, and I'm only talking small amounts of money to actually get those speed indicators in and things like that. It's low-cost projects, but I would like something, if this committee agrees, that we can consider a future meeting to look at some sort of scheme where we can address some of these road safety concerns in our wards.
It's already in at 4:17 in the paper, Sean. It's already in the paper at 4:17. Just before, Ben, I'll let you come in, the governance officer's just drawn my attention to the fact we've still got a police, fire and rescue subcommittee. There's one on the 2nd of December. So whilst that's a scrutiny role, it might be appropriate actually to raise it there under scrutiny. So we can pass that on to the chair of that committee. Sitting there, absolutely. So Tony will make sure that that's covered at police and fire. Okay. Ben, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks. Just wondering under 4.17, so reports can be escalated to area committees. I'm just wondering in terms of governance, whether the delegation to area committees needs to be updated in order to process that properly and efficiently. An example being, we had to update the scheme of delegation to area committees to process community requests for firework control zones. Do we need to do something similar in order to prioritise and accept this through area committees? Thanks.
I'm not sure we've got that delegation. Lisa, do you want to come in? Could you?
Yeah, just to say, I'm happy to take a look at it and we can come back to you on whether that's necessary or not.
Yeah, we'll look at that. Karen, you wanted to come in and a point earlier. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that, you know, there's a couple of members, you know, rightly said that, you know, on a ward-by-ward basis, elected members and community councils are in the know and know what's happening within, you know, across the roads network. And I think, you know, that's key for me, you know, having those discussions going forward, you know, being on the ground, seeing what's actually happening in order to bring that collective information together. So, and that is noted within 4.17 in terms of, I guess, looking at the next steps. Probably also want to draw members' attention, just, you know, another forum that this can be discussed through is the Dumfries and Galloway Roads Safety Partnership, which is also noted within the report, and again potentially needs a little bit of development, you know, over the coming months. But again, both avenues I think would be ideal to take comments forward that members have brought up today. Thank you.
Yeah, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess it's just to give that wider assurance to all members that we've absolutely heard over a number of months, you know, certainly since I've started, some of the frustrations around road safety and the feeling that members and communities aren't being listened to, and that's, you know, that's hopefully reflected in this report, that we have listened, and it's cross groups. We recognise that there needs to be a way of us taking that on board, and that's why that's here. So it's just to give to that assurance that it has been heard loud and clear over the recent months, and it certainly will be a focus moving forward.
Okay, no more questions? No, Ben, your hand's still up. Yeah. So in case I'm going to move to the recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 to 2.6 and also the action points that we've agreed to happen offline? Yep. Okay, thank you. So we're on to item 16 now. Resourcing requirements for the development of transport. Report by the Executive Director, Economy and Infrastructure. Reports ask elected members to consider agreeing to support the required investment in additional resourcing to enable the progression of actions to develop transport across the region as agreed at full council on the 26th of June 2025 and again on the 11th of August 2025, and to make a request to the Enabling and Customer Services Committee to allocate the funding to support this investment. Karen, you're here to answer questions on that. Is there anything to add at this time?
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I just want to clarify for members. So within this report, I'm asking members to consider recommending to Enabling and Customer Services a one-off fund of up to 250,000. Appreciate that's not broken down within the report, so I just wanted to provide members with the detail in terms of sort of our initial assessments around that. So up to 150k would be for to procure a specialist for a period of up to 1 year to progress that work, and the second part to that would be to procure a short-term commission, again over the year, for a specialised contractor to progress dedicated pieces of work and gather the detail that has been requested, particularly in the notice of motion in June, but also the special full council a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure members will agree there's a significant piece of work there to do, and there simply isn't capacity within the transport team as it currently stands, or the West Strands team. I should also comment that as we've been pulling the detail together, we've also, as requested by members, gone back to the 2021 report to ensure that that's, all the detail is there that we now need to take forward. Thank you, Chair.
Karen, thanks for that clarity. I'm looking, Sean?
Thanks, Chair, and I think I appreciate Karen giving us a little bit more detail on that, because I think the question was around, welcome the 250,000 based on the motions that are put to full council. And one of my main questions was, the future opportunities for DGC buses and the sustainable public transport model papers. The fact that you went back to them, but also they will probably inform some kind of background evidence for the specialists that are coming in to look at those as well, because I take it some of them will be looking at the proposals in there. So I just want to get that guarantee. And the only other thing, and because it is frustrating, and I mean, council have worked hard to try and resolve some of the issues, but there is still ongoing issues. Even, last week isn't great to see, the main news story being on the border news. And the council not responding to that as well. I think we need to actually get out there and explain that to people, because there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes by the council and by West Strands and by the bus operators. The one thing, though, the frustration that we still have, and I'm glad to see things are moving now, but there is still the unanswered question of, with those two reports, they formed recommendations. There was they were included in an action plan, and as far as I don't know what happened to those. So either it could be answered, because no doubt it went across the senior management team's desks. What the decision was, I would be keen to know, and because at some point they have been shelved because there's been no action those 4 years. And that's still one of the concerns that we have, because that would have alleviated some of the problems we're experiencing now if we'd reacted at the time to the emergent issues with regards to transportation across this region. So I welcome what we're doing now, but we still need answers that we haven't forthcoming. And I would appreciate if we could get an answer. And I don't go down the route of a freedom of information request, but I do feel that at the time I was sat in that committee, and I can remember going through those papers and we agreed those recommendations, and for them not to be done is part of the reason why I think we're in this situation now, because we never reacted quickly enough.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. So I don't have an answer to your question, and I guess it's you know, predominantly because the officers that lead on this now weren't here back then, and you know, Karen is obviously in her interim role since December last year, myself since August last year, and certainly a number of those lead officers in terms of Simon and Gordon that you know and are aware of are all very, very new. So it's difficult for us to answer those questions because a lot of those people are no longer around in terms of what happened between 2021 and 2024. It's not to say it's impossible to go and find it, but it's just trying to work out whether it would be good use of our time to do that. And you know, if committee feel that answers are needed around that, then you know, we'll go and do a bit more digging, I guess. But I guess what we're keen to do is very much focus on how we move this forward now. You know, when I started in August last year, it was absolutely recognised as a priority. I can remember coming and talking to the groups in the September, October about what we felt we needed to do, and the progress and pace that I feel we've made since then, and the stability we've enabled through some of the procurement processes, which have been extremely challenging to deliver in the timescales that we found ourselves upon. I think demonstrates that we do recognise the importance of it, but it's very difficult for myself or Karen to be able to answer some of those questions in terms of what happened, you know, pre-2024.
You okay with that, Sean?
I would appreciate if at some, you know, if that could be looked at, because I think that would then answer some of the questions as to where we are now. So I do think it's important because we have to learn from lessons, and obviously we had a report there that we could have done something about, and it was never acted upon. And some of that blame may lay with elected members as well. So I think we need to get the bottom of that to make sure it doesn't happen again. So if that could be incorporated within the recommendations, we'd appreciate that.
What exactly you want in the recommendation?
Want to know what happened to those recommendations that were on the action plan in 2021. The two papers that were presented, those recommendations that the Communities Committee at the time agreed, and then they've not been acted upon as far as I'm aware. There's been no, they've never seen the light of day again in any reports coming back to committees. So, as I said, there's ways of getting that. I could do an FYI if you want, but I think it's good to be transparent and open and to see what went wrong to learn from those lessons.
I mean, I don't think you need an FOI. You just ask the centre, the governance, why it's not been enacted, because I think that's the problem, because the company officers now, some years later, why somebody in the past didn't do something isn't reasonable, Sean, but you're right, you deserve an answer, so that has to go back to the centre, I would suggest.
But to be fair, Chair, I think all elected members would like to know that. You know, if we make a decision, then that, you know, that should go somewhere. So I think rather than me making an individual request, it'd be good if this committee could make that request.
I'll take it forward on behalf of the committee and ask. Okay, that enough? Thanks. Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Chair. I have no issue whatsoever with the report and the proposals. The only question I would pose to you and other members is, and here's an analogy for you. If you cut your finger, you don't need somebody to tell you that you're bleeding. You need to stem the flow and then get professional help. So we have a situation in many areas in the region where commercial routes have been cut and no effort made to restore them on the basis that it was commercial and therefore no responsibility of the Swiss brand. I don't believe that, and I wonder if there's some way we can, in the interim, restore some of the essential services that have been not picked up by the commercial operators, and the new commercial operators, many of them have been out their way to provide additional services to support the wider community. But there's a gap between what they're doing and what's absolutely essential. And in a year, we might lose many of the potential public service users that we have across the region. So the report's fine, but can we wait a year and in an interim do nothing? I don't think so, because we're moral and a social responsibility to deal with failings. That's part of the requirement of this council, and currently we're maybe just not meeting the failing. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Jim. I'll get Karen to pick that up with you offline. I think is probably the best. And as I'll do with Sean, and we can put together the question. Probably we should go to leaders, actually, I would suggest, but to get a corporate response. Okay. Okay then, so are we ready to move to recommendations? Yeah. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Okay, thank you. And thanks for that excellent explanation, Karen. It was very helpful. Move on to item number 17, the Environment Team SCAMP Project Award Grants. Report by Interim Head of Economy and Environment. Report informs members of the allocation of recent external funding allocations through the Solway Coast and Marine Project, or SCAMP, to key stakeholders for the project development phase. I've got Stuart McMillan and Simon Fielders here available to take any questions on the report. Any extra information? Are we happy to go to questions? Stuart, have you got questions?
We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So we're into SCAMP. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, just to commend the report and, welcome the fact and congratulations to the team for managing, to draw down so much funding. Just one thing though is just really on 4.7, again, I just really want to know the reason why it was the need to actually allocate this funding through the chair and the vice chair rather than the committee. And really, is there any way we can, I'm not sure, is it in the capital projects or is there anything here where we can get more detail on each of those projects?
Simon, yeah.
Yeah, we'll handle it together. Okay. Thanks for your question, Councillor Marshall. It was time critical. So this, we had gone to the previous committee to accept the grant offer from the various funding bodies, but at the time what we didn't do, and it was pointed out by our legal colleagues, that we had omitted to include a recommendation of the direction in which all that funding should now be directed. So that was very much part and parcel of the ethos of the project, is that it involves all of those outside bodies and absolute partners in the delivery of all of that. So to enable them to take forward their aspects of the project, to make their commissions, to make their appointments, etc., we needed to be able to make those arrangements across the summer. So that was why we went through Chief Executive and the Chair and Vice Chair to be able to do that and bring that forward. So the total amount of money is as the committee agreed and saw back in June. And this is now as a tidying up where those bodies, those 6 outside bodies that are the recipients of the grant funding. And I'll maybe just get Simon to add some in terms of the detail.
Thank you, Chair, through yourself. In relation, obviously, to the project areas and the project partners, be more than happy to prepare a further briefing for members to obviously elaborate on what work is going to be undertaken in the next 2 years, which will hopefully build up to the submission for the full award, which will last for the next 8.
Thanks. Just for clarity, it was the previous chair and vice chair, but I would have done exactly the same, Sean. Yeah. Any more questions on that one? No. We'll move to recommendations. So are we happy to agree the recommendations 2.1 and 2.2? Agreed? Yes, yeah. Okay. I'm just going to take a 5-minute toilet break, okay? And we'll come back because there's a couple of things might take a wee bit of time. So Abby will be off for 5 minutes, yeah? Item 18, Industrial Portfolio and Borderlands Business Infrastructure Programme, reported by the Interim Head of Economy and Environment. The report outlines the findings and recommendations from the programme's Business Case Appendix 1. This has been completed on the Council's Industrial Estate Portfolio. This follows from a report to the Economy and Resources Committee in the 5th September 2023 on an initial assessment of the portfolio, where further work and reporting was agreed. The report also seeks to gain agreement on a revision to the Council's approach to the Borderlands Business Infrastructure Programme in terms of site focus, and proposes to develop a new approach to supporting the development of business sites and premises. The provision of the Rural Industrial Estate and the recommendations on changes to the Borderlands Business Infrastructure Programme within the report are aimed at supporting and developing the region's economy and should be considered as part of a package of business support as outlined in the corresponding report to this committee on the Council's support for local businesses. Okay, I've got Stuart McMillan and Oliver Schimmel here to take questions. Is there any update? No, just go straight to questions. I'm going to take Katie this time.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, thank you for the report before us. I was really interested in seeing, in terms of the fact that we've got 56 properties, 49 industrial units, 6 business lets and 1 ground lease. And I appreciate that there's been a piece of work done, but what's missing from the report for me, and I appreciate it may well be not in our possession, but it could potentially be available, is actually a breakdown of all the assets. And I'm just wondering, does that exist? And I'm thinking actually to education, for example, and the education team did a huge amount of work looking at each of our assets and determining the energy, the state of the building as well as the energy capacity, how much funding we were putting in, which, it doesn't even break down how much funding we're getting in from each of the units. So I'm wondering, is that information available in a table format with the full information for members, and can that be shared? I'm also a bit curious as to the language and why it's not aligned with how we align our areas. So, for example, the Newton Stewart cluster includes New Galloway, which isn't even in Wigtonshire, and the Stranraer cluster includes Glen Luce, which is considered as part of Ward 2, including Newton Stewart. So, why are we not marrying up with our ward boundaries? If this is a piece of work we've commissioned, it would be really helpful if we're all speaking in the same narrative on that one. But my question really is, do we have the breakdown of each of these units? You know, are they let? Are they bringing in income? What's the state of them? Because this, to me, is quite a high level, and it would be useful to see the individual details. Thanks.
Who's going? Oliver, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. We have that information in a separate appendices that we can send on following the meeting if that's of value. That's not a problem at all. And I think how they were grouped when the work was done, it was more they were grouped for how they would visit the sites to carry out the sort of condition surveys rather than, so I wouldn't necessarily read too much into it. It's just how they were grouped for the visits to undertake the piece of work. So thank you for that, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Sean?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just in relation to, and probably this is as a local member, it's just the recommendation 2.4. I was looking at paragraph 7, I don't know if it's 7.5 or if it's worded wrongly, but I read the kind of 4.367 8, 4.38. And I think Stuart has been giving us updates on this at area committee, and apologies if I've missed any of the updates to area committees, but the last time I got a report on this, it seemed to be progressing quite well, although there was ongoing discussions with the landowner, and we were looking at, the CP route. But I would be concerned that obviously some of these locations, and it's the locations were identified for a reason, and to suddenly switch or potentially switch the Annan site to another 2 regions within Dumfries and Galway is of concern to me. There is prime locations along the A75 there at Annan. There is a need, or there is a demonstrated need for, I believe, for the business park there. I don't like the wording of 2.4. I think before any decision is taken on the Annan site or whether or not it goes ahead, I think not only exploring the Stuart A and Wigtown, but I think we should be exploring closer to home in Andale and Estill, and particularly in Nan and East Riggs area, to see if there's a potential site there. And I think any decision that's taken on that needs to come back to committee as well. So I'll defend Annan's Corner on this. I mean, we're the 3rd largest town in Dumfries and Galloway, just a couple of thousand shorter than Sumrah. We hear a lot from the members in the West. So I'm just making a plea that we need to kind of ensure that this goes in the Annan site, and it would need to be a good reason for me to change my mind as to why it wouldn't be located there.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor. We will, as per the report, we would try our best for the next quarter to get to a more amicable arrangement with the Annan site owner. And I think where the disparity is there is just on terms of, yes, price. I think it's fair to say at the moment. So, but we will continue to negotiate. But if there was to be a change from the Annan site to another site, that would be subject to coming back to returning to members to request a change of control would be done, similar to what we've proposed in 2.2 and 2.3. So we would wish to come back to members as well. So I hope that's of use, Chair.
And I think on the basis that if we could be kept up to date as local, maybe the 4 ward members be kept up to date on that, and also maybe the potential to explore other sites in Annan. There is the development at Chalp Cross, which might be long term, and I know there's timescales on the Borderlands project, but it's something that maybe needs investigated.
Thanks, Chair. I'd really appreciate the input from the board members. You know, if it's not that site, a site close by. I think one of the guiding principles of this has been when we've met with the Borderlands Partnership about this area. They've been keen to stress we want to see pace from Dumfries and Galloway Council. We want to see pace in terms of development and pace in terms of your spend against the spend profile, neither of which we're able to do at the moment. So that's hence the, you know, the ask coming to members to ask that we look towards doing a reset for this piece of work. And we go back to the Boardlands to ask for a change control on 2 of the sites. So, yeah, point taken though, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay with that, Sean? Yeah. Anyone else? Not seeing anybody. Okay, in that case, we'll go to the recommendation. So are we happy to agree the recommendation is 2.1 to 2.4? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Oliver. Sorry. Sorry, pieces of paper. We're now moving on to number 19, outside bodies, Economy and Infrastructure Committee, and it's following the meeting at full council on the 16th of June. Members are asked to fill a number of vacancies at outside bodies and advise of any amendments to the current appointments in accordance with the council scheme of representation on outside bodies. Fraser Davis is here to answer any questions on it. Just before we go further, I have sought governance advice on one of the incumbents just now, and where that person is a lone appointee, then we need to appoint somebody else. Where they're an appointee with others, then we don't. Okay, so I'm going to very quickly run down, I think, Fraser, down the list. So Glasgow Prestwick Airport Consultative Committee, there's a vacancy there. Do you want to take it, Tony? Mm-hmm. Right, so the Vice Chair wants to take that. South West Rail Partnership.
I'm happy to do that one, Chair.
Okay. The South West Community Rail Partnership.
And that one too, I guess, if there's a vacancy.
Yeah, there is a vacancy here just now. The Scottish Council's Committee on Radioactive Substances, the incumbent is Jackie McCammon, but I think Jackie's actually left and I haven't had a chance to speak to her. But I have had the interest from one member to actually take that on. So I'm in members' hands here. The member is Sean, who wants to take that role on, given his previous life experience, I think is a fair way of putting it, Sean. So are we comfy to appoint Sean?
Yeah. Chair, just to say, I'll just to reiterate, it's just my background, not my radiation background. Well, it is my radiation background.
Well, you're looking radiant, Sean, as they say. Aye, absolutely. Okay, the A75, A77 lobbying group. Gail, are you still happy to stay in that?
Chair, I'm very happy to stay on that, yes. I think Linda and I bring a lot of value to it and a bit of experience, hopefully. Yeah. So, yes.
And Linda had said yes as well. So, actually, because there's 2 representatives there, we don't need to appoint someone else at this stage, unless we choose to.
I'm happy to fill the vacancy if there is one there, as a Stranraer councillor for the West, Chair.
Well, I think it's in the committee's hands. We can actually change the delegate. So, I mean, is there... Katie?
Chair, if Councillor Dashburn is looking to go on that, I would support that, just because there's no representation from the west of the region on that lobbying group, so I would support Councillor Dashburn to sit on that.
Yeah. Is everybody in agreement to put Ben onto that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, fine, thank you. Industrial Communities Alliance. One member's on there. Malcolm Johnson has already said yes, he would do it, so that's confirmed. There is a vacancy. So I've got 2 potentials here. There's definitely a vacancy. And do we replace the other incumbent at this moment in time? So, Katie?
Chair, I'm happy to sit on that one if need be, if there's a vacancy that needs filled.
I've actually got 2 names already.
Ah,
Right, okay. One was Jim Dempster, who'd agreed to do it as the vacancy, and either Tony or Katie as the 3rd rep with Malcolm Johnston.
I'm happy, if members are happy to take a place there, Chair. It's Jim Dempster in the bottom of my hand up. I'm happy to take a place with one of them.
I was just aware, as part of the history, that Jim is the coal and the coal stuff up in your ward. That's why I'd suggested you, but Tony's there as well. Could do that if you want, and he can liaise with you all the way through the process. Yeah,
happy for that, Chair.
Okay then. So we'll put Tony in the vacancy and leave the other councillor there just now. Yeah. Unless Katie wants to specifically take it. No, it's not. Okay.
Tony and Jim.
No, I've got Malcolm and Tony, because Jim's just come down, yeah. The Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere is a vacancy just now, so we can appoint.
I would have a particular interest in this one, Chair, and also perhaps the Southern Uplands Partnership as the parent body which delivers the biosphere. I think it makes sense for continuity on those 2.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any other hands coming up for. So it's Ben on the biosphere, yeah. The Outdoor Access Forum is currently David Ingalls. David, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here, Chair. I'm happy to stay on that if there's nobody else wants to take it.
Well, that's the way, and we'd have to vote you off basically, and I don't see the point in that. So, so then we've got the Solby Firth Partnership. Malcolm Johnson is currently on that, and he's happy to stay on it. We need a sub at this moment. I would say Tony had said he would do that. The Vice Chair. Then the Southern Uplands Partnership is a vacancy, which Ben has said he would be happy to do unless there's somebody else wants to volunteer. So it's Councillor Dashper for that as well. The Supplier Development Company Limited, David Ingalls, that's you as well. Are you happy to continue doing that?
Yeah, I'm happy to stay on that one as well, Chair.
Okay, thank you, David. Community-led Local Development Fund, Local Action Group, that's a vacancy. I'm going to suggest the Chair and Vice Chair for the vacancy and for the sub. Anybody's got a problem with that? Yeah. The North Channel Partnership, we've got Katie. Paula's already said she's happy to continue. There is a vacancy. And Ben, because you're the Stranraer councillor, well done, all right. And the other thing again is, we don't need another one because there's 3 already. The 4th person can come back and take that up. And then the last one is the Dumfries Galloway Sustainable Food Partnership, which is a vacancy. And Katie,
I'm happy to volunteer to go on that one if the committee agrees to adopt.
Okay, thanks, Katie. If you can take that, that'd be brilliant. Hello, David, do you want to come in?
Yeah, sorry, it was actually on the North Channel Partnership, but I think you filled them all, am I right?
No.
I would have been quite keen to sit on that one.
No, there's no vacancy now. We've actually filled the vacancy with Ben, sorry. And the other 3 are still there. None of them have. So I don't particularly want to go a vote situation, David, in that one.
No, it's okay. No, we're fine, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And then, as I say, the Food Partnership is Katie, and that's them all. Is that everything, yeah? You comfy with that?
Yeah, happy with that. I guess I'll take recommendation 2.15 that you agree to appoint to the Food Partnership. And just
all right, yes.
One final one, 2.6 in the report about the Economic Leadership Group. I suppose, can I just ask members to consider whether or not that can be removed from the list of outside bodies? It doesn't meet anymore, as far as I'm aware.
No, there isn't, no. Right, oh yeah, I'm coming to those recommendations just now. I was just using the thing. Okay, so come to the recommendations. We agree with the recommendations and the slate as we've just put forward. Governance has... Hmm?
Just to confirm, I've got a note of them all as you went through.
Yeah, so they're all noted, so that's it. So thanks very much. We agree 2.1 to 212. Yeah. Thanks very much. So that then takes us on to, sorry, 19. That's 19, which is in it, I see. What is? Oh, sorry, sorry, over the page. Okay, appoint one elected member and one substitute to the community-led local development fund, local action group. We've done them, so it's right down to 216, isn't it? That's it? Yeah, that's it. So we've done everything, so we're right down to 216. We agreed all there. Yes, thanks very much. Yeah. So that then moves us to the item 20, no other business. I'm going to close this meeting and we're going to go into exempt mode just shortly. So we'll give everybody time to come offline and rejoin on the specific, like the special link. Yeah.
Just agree that we're excluding the public, yeah?
Sorry?
We'll just agree we're excluding the public.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Well, we do that public.
All right, okay. Okay, so are we agreeing to exclude the public? Yes, okay. So then we'll go into local government mode, into local mode then. Okay, thank you.